Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A post-mortem examination has confirmed that a 17-year-old student who died during Ebola protests in Nanyuki was killed by a gunshot. Doctors say a single bullet struck the teenager in the head, causing his death. The findings come as human rights group accuse the government of forcing more on compensation for victims instead of taking action against police officers involved.
He was shot on the head, just single bullet, with an entrance on the left, just above the left eye.
Nilienda polisi nikaambiwa ni mawe. Si mawe imetolewa kwa kichwa ya mtoto wangu. Kuna ile kitu imetolewa na wamepatiwa.
And the work of the police should be to provide security to protesters, not to shoot them or to become insecurity themselves. I mean, there's a compensation scheme for those who are hurt or those who lost their lives during the protests. So will the government be killing and compensating?
Busia Senator Okiya Omtatah has called for transparency and accountability in the use of public funds. Speaking in the Senate on June 17, 2026, Omtatah said leaders must closely monitor how public money is spent and fight corruption and misuse of taxpayers' funds. He said he will rather leave office than be linked to what he described as scams involving public resources.
And when it comes to public money, I will dictate how that public money is to be used. I would rather be thrown out of this house than be part of the scam. I achieve nothing sitting in this house if it cannot control public money. I would rather be thrown out and never be a senator in my life than be part of the scam.
Senator
and that's
Omtatah,
what I'm saying.
Order, Senator Omtatah, order. If I were you, I would have saved that energy for tomorrow when you are substantiating. You've said you're unable to do so right now, and therefore, can you save that energy for tomorrow?
The chairperson of Kenya's Ethic and Anti-Corruption Commission, David Oginde, has urged African anti-corruption agencies to use modern technology to fight corruption. Speaking at a meeting of African anti-graft agencies in Nairobi, Oginde said tools like artificial intelligence and blockchain can help track and stop complex corruption schemes and illegal movement of money. He also called for stronger cooperation between African countries, saying corruption now goes beyond borders and needs joint efforts to tackle it.
It will be possible to identify that this looks like a deal that may be budgeted for corrupt deals. So then you are able to prevent that before it happens. You could raise it up in parliament, or when the public participation is taking place, those kinds of issues can be raised. But when you are looking at it with your naked eyes, as we say, you may not be able to see it. So this kind of a center is very critical in helping us to know the new technologies, new trends, things that are happening globally, and what we can do about it and what others are doing.
Health officials in eastern DRC Congo are searching for a 6-year-old girl with Ebola and her mother after armed men forced their way into a hospital and took them away. The incident happened at Wanamahika Hospital in the city of Butembo. According to local health officials, the men were carrying knives and appearing very angry. Officials say fear and mistrust of Ebola treatment centers remain a major problem during the current outbreak. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. Today is the 18th day of June 2026, and we are happy to be here with you. I hope wherever you are also happy, regardless of what could be happening in your life. Kwa wale wana celebrate birthday, happy birthday. Kwa wale wana celebrate anniversaries, happy anniversary. Kwa wale ambao wanaomboleza, poleni tena sana. Msijali, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. I'm here with Siti Muga. Siti, how are you doing, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Naona nywele leo umechanua differently. Bado umeweka ile style ya kwenda na nyuma ndio. But I think you've either bought a new comb or someone different is combing your hair. Or you got a new comber. Yani mtu wa kuchanua nywele. Which is it?
What makes you say
B
that?
is none of the above, but yes.
What makes you say that?
Your hair looks different.
Yes.
Umefanya nini?
It's using a different brush.
Bwana, munipatie zawadi. Mimi peke yangu ndio naonanga hizo vitu. Mimi peke yangu ndio naona hizo vitu.
You not sit opposite you.
Yeah.
So long as your eyes are open.
But everyone, you interact with everyone here in the studio. From Nelson to Abdul to Edna, you hawakwambiangi unless wanakutexting chini ya maji.
Women is why, because you and I talk to each other every single day. We're in each other's company for 4 hours every day.
Right.
Those fellows see me passing by.
So even Evans, the security guard, doesn't tell you these things.
Evans greets me. Hey, CD!
Pia nakutaka CD. I think there's something now akisi. T na D.
Has he got this?
Hey, if you ever come to a building and you meet Evans, utacheka yako yote. Utaanguka. Interesting guy. Lakini uko sawa? Nimeona uko sawa? Nashukuru Mungu.
I am very well, thank you.
Umeweza kufika kazini. Umetuletea mazuri. Tunashukuru pia.
Tunashukuru sana. I was having a very interesting discussion.
Yes, with who?
With my guy. You know, you always ask me.
Oh yes, your taxi guy.
My taxi guy. And I was telling him.
Yes.
That I asked him the question, does he find any benefits in constantly complaining about the price of things? I said, does it change the price of things?
No, it doesn't.
I said, okay, would it not be better if the complaints were channeled in a group?
Yes.
To say your MCA, say to your MP, so that
Senator.
Yes, so that they take it where it counts.
Right.
Okay? But the energy it saps from your body just complaining, because by the time you're complaining, you're thinking of the complaint.
Yes.
And then you the energy to actually state it, and then to look for others who have a similar complaint.
Right.
I said the amount of time you spend, you don't think, because that situation is going to remain the same.
Very true.
You could say it gives you relief, yes, but every other day it's the same thing.
Yes.
You don't think that energy would be better used doing something else? He told me, you don't suffer the way I suffer. I said, what do you mean? See, now our lives are different. I said, yes, I agree, they are different.
Right.
I said, but the similarities are also very many. Okay? I said, you have to decide
how to address an issue,
yes,
how to approach it.
I said, you have to decide. Don't let other people decide it for you.
Right.
Don't. Then he came up with something to which now I smiled, laughed. I said, I've been seeing on social media and I'm very worried.
Right. What does he see?
He said the government has registered Burundians, Somalis, some Rwandese, some Congolese.
Even Ethiopians?
Yes.
Yeah.
I said, and they've all been given IDs and passports.
Right.
I said, okay, and? So they're around 5 million.
He said 5 million foreigners have been given...
No, he read it somewhere.
Okay.
And I told him...
So according to what he read, 5 million foreigners
yes,
are currently holding national IDs, Kenya national IDs.
Yes. So I asked him, do you know the voting population as of the last election in central Kenya? So it's over 4 million, isn't it? Okay?
Okay.
I said, do you know the population of Nairobi? This whole city. It's around 5-point-something million. So you're telling me there's a similar number of people.
Kuna Nairobi mzima imekuwa registered.
Wako wapi hawa watu?
Akakwambia wako wapi?
He kept quiet. He said, you must learn to question the things that people write, even when you discuss it with your friends. I said, even if it was 500,000, those are very many people.
Yeah.
So really, I said, yes. 1,000 people are really many people.
1,000 people is an entire school.
Yes. I said, oh. Anyway, the point is,
yes,
when people are in pain, they tend to look for someone to blame.
Yeah.
That pain has to be placed elsewhere. Then he decided now to recover and to position himself, because this is something clearly he and his 10 best friends have been discussing for some time. Told me he took his car for service the other day. I said, yes. I said, fuel filter.
In a oil filter, air filter, plugs, depending on
fuel plugs. Filter, etc. He told me, do you know they've added 200 shillings on each of those things?
Yeah.
I said, and if they had added 400, what would you have done? I think we concluded the discussion right then.
That was an unfair fight, City.
No, it wasn't unfair. It wasn't unfair.
Yes.
His concerns are valid.
Yeah.
I know exactly where he's coming from. Okay? And he is right. If you're paying 400 for something and they give it a 50% increase, another 200, that's painful.
That's 600, yeah.
That's painful. Okay? But how do you benefit from focusing on whining about that issue? It's a constant. The thing is, use the time to figure yourself, okay, here I am working. I told him, you should not complain.
But City, it is in that complaining that you probably find solutions. So if I come and complain to you and I tell you, manze, fuel has now gone up by this amount of money, you'll tell me, you'll probably give me an idea. You'll tell me, why don't you consider using your car less? Or you tell me, why don't you consider getting another job that will add on to this new expense?
No. What I'm discussing here is a man who has people he discusses politics. He's very politically minded.
Yeah.
And they arrive at certain conclusions. And so I listen. And my view is sought. And so since my view is being sought, that is why I become philosophical about it. Yes.
And academic as well.
Yes, very. Because I would like the gentleman to understand that he needs to look after himself.
Yeah.
And anything that takes his mind away from it, recognize the problem, talk about it, and then immediately move your mind from it and ask, what do I do next?
And I agree with you, because you see, when you change how someone thinks, then you also change how that person behaves.
Yes.
And they also become a better person, so that the next time they encounter he encounter, now for your driver, the next time he encounters his friends, he will ask them, like, I say 5 million. Tukiangalia population ya Nairobi ni 5 million. Nataka kuniambia ni hii serikali imeregister Nairobi mzima, ingine mahali tu wako. Watu wako wapi? Wanaishi wapi? And they will start asking themselves, okay. So that when we start bashing or hating on someone, aka the government, at least we hate legitimately. Tunachukia vitu za ukweli. Si tunachukia zile za uongo.
Zile ambazo tumejipanga. Actually, what they do is they take something which is factual, and then give it a boost.
Exactly.
Tuna shida mahali, then unaipatia boost.
Today is 18th, like I told you, of June 2026, and according to the United Nations, it is Sustainable Gastronomy Day. That's day number 1, or rather that's thing number 1 that we are commemorating or celebrating. And then the second thing is International Day for Countering Hate Speech. International Day for Countering Hate Speech and Sustainable Gastronomy Day. Sasa hii ya gastronomy, hebu tuangalie kidogo tuone what is gastronomy all about. Gastronomy is
chakula.
Gastronomy is a cultural expression of the world's natural and cultural diversity. So on June 18th, we celebrate Sustainable Gastronomy Day and acknowledge that everyone plays a role in making sustainable choices for healthy diets and a food secure future. So, basically, in very many words, it's about securing our food security. Alafu ingine ya International Day for Countering Hate Speech wanasema, addressing hate speech remains a key priority within the United Nations system through the implementation of the UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech. Sawa sawa? So, today ndio tuna celebrate hii mambo ya nini? Ya countering hate speech. Tupatie methali yetu City.
We are still in the Republic of Senegal, and today's proverb is actually rhymes. Okay?
Okay.
If the eyes do not admire, the heart will not desire. Tulikwambia ina rhyme.
Tulikwambia watu wa Senegal hao.
Tusiwacheze.
Venye wanaandikanga methali zao ni venye wanacheza mpira, wanacheza sana vizuri.
Mpira hiyo inaendeleaje?
Walicheza juzi na France, walitandikwa.
Ngapi?
I think it was 3-1 or 3-0.
Okay.
Najua litandikwa.
Gone those days when African teams walikuwa wanatandikwa 7-8. Hizo zimeisha.
Siku hizi ni wanoma. Nitakuangalia hiyo nini.
Hebu niambie. DRC.
Yes.
The leopards.
Yes.
How are they doing?
DRC, let me just confirm for you. Should we start with DRC or should we start with France?
The reason why I want to know about DRC because they are my favoriteest team.
Yeah. So walicheza na Portugal yesterday.
Yes.
Na wakatoka 1-1.
The leopards. Yes.
So there's a guy who scored for DRC Congo. Anaitwa Wisa. He scored at the 45th minute before they went to the halftime. And I am telling you, the way that crowd just went berserk. Kiangai. Ulidhani sisi tulikuwa tunaochukua tuko kwa nyumba, but the way ile place ilitetema, mama tetema. Ulikuwa unasikia ni kama uko ndani ya hiyo kiwanja. Yes, because Jay Neves of Portugal had scored at the 6th minute. Yeah, so of course you could tell the Africans in the pitch were like, why imeenda group stage tumeenda. But the moment that other guy equalized, kiangai, the way the crowd just went wild, and they said, guys, hii tunashikilia. Do you know actually African countries at the World Cup, it's not business as usual. Si kama ya 2022.
No.
No. It is not business
they
as usual.
Mean business.
Yes. Saizi wamesema tunakufa makanga, kufa dereva, kufa kila mtu. It's either we draw or we don't lose. It's as simple as that. Wanacheza poa sana. Good. So nilikuwa nikwambie watu wa Senegal. Senegal walikuwa wanacheza juzi na brother zetu kutoka kule Ufaransa.
Yes.
Rather walicheza na Wafaransa walitoka 3-1.
Yes.
So France walitutandika 3-1.
Yes, when there are no more Africans to cheer, I will cheer Brazil kwanza, and then I will cheer France. Me have a clear pecking order.
Remember I told you my two favorite teams, Senegal and DRC. So far, as much as that Senegal imetandikwa 3-1, I feel like they still haven't disappointed me.
Hiyo shida. Bado ni team yetu.
And DRC are doing me proud.
I know DRC.
As long as we draw, there is a chance.
Which other African teams are in this thing?
We have Cabo Verde.
Yeah.
Unajua walipeleka Spain namna gani?
Namna hiyo.
Walitoka 0-0. I've told you, watu wamesema, my friend, we are not going to relent on this one. And you know, walikuwa medharau Cabo Verde. Let me just confirm nisikuwa nimesema vitu zangu.
Unakumbuka yule jamaa ambaye alikuwa anachezea Arsenal kitambo, alikuwa anaitwa Vieira? Kwa huko. So usiona ati ni nchi tu ambayo haina maana vile.
Yes. Cabo Verde, yes, nimeconfirm walitoka 0-0. Now the goalkeeper had about 50,000 followers, and let's not forget Cabo Verde is a country of I don't know how many people, about 150 something thousand.
Karibu 200,000.
200,000.
It's one of these rare countries where the diaspora is more than the population in the country.
Yes. Now let me tell you the funny thing. So goalkeeper wa Cabo Verde alikuanga na 50,000 plus hivi followers on Instagram. At the end of the next day after the match, he woke up to 7 million followers from all over the world because of how he handled that game.
So he's the guy who saved them.
7 goals. He saved 7 shots that could have been 7 goals.
And the guy is not very young, is he?
He saved 7 goals, 7 shots that could have been 7 goals.
Reminds me of Roger Miller. Ambaye alienda World Cup kama ko rika yako 40.
Na akafanya ile kitu.
Alifanya hiyo kitu baba. That particular World Cup.
Yes.
Tulichezwa.
Tulichezwa?
Si tulichezwa. No, tulichezwa. Because that quarter final. You know that's the last time I watched World Cup.
But let's not forget, last World Cup, Morocco walifika semis.
No. Mimi, I stopped watching after that.
Yeah, Roger Miller.
And liangalia kitu nikasema sasa tulichezwa. Walikuwa wametandika England. Ile mchezo ambao hao jamaa walikuwa wanacheza.
But wale watu wakafanya ile kitu.
Walifanya ile kitu.
Kiliibiwa.
Kurieda.
Malichukua. Makaeda nayo. The heart desires what the mind does not aspire.
If the eyes do not admire, the heart will not desire.
If the eyes will not admire, the heart will not desire. Yeah. I like it. Hayo ni kali sana.
Speak in rhyme all the time.
Watu ndio maana wanaongeanga Kifaransa, the language of love. What the eyes do not admire, the heart will not desire. I like those people. Now let's get into
Sawa.
Speaking of which, before tuongee hizi stories za whatever G7. I mean sorry za Radio Generation. Uliona picha nyingine ya G7 ilipigwa our president. So there was a round table of sorts. And then we had the G7 leaders, France, America, UK, the European Union, Germany, nani.
Our president stood out.
So there's another photo that was taken, and our president, our beloved Ruto, wasn't there. So someone took to the caption to the comment section and said, "Hii picha ama president wetu ndio ameko kujuu ndio anapiga picha." Because it was an aerial view. It's like it was taken from the ceiling. So someone was asking, wase, unataka kuniambia ni Dr. William Ruto ndiye ako kwa ceiling akipiga hii picha? Because why is he not in that meeting?
Okay,
yeah. But we have to give it to him. I've seen a lot of hate online towards the president as far as this G7 meeting is concerned.
Kuna watu wamekerwa kabisa na kitu.
Like
yani picha inapigwa na vigogo wa planet na brother William akotu pale na wao.
Kuna ile video nyingine ilitokezea, it's like he was ignored when the leaders were taking some kind of photo and they wakasalimiana hapa mbele, na sababu he was standing at the back, no one really reached out to him. And I was like, so what?
Bro,
what does a bloody greeting mean?
Ngoja, si alikuwa pale?
Shake my hand or don't.
Si alikuwa nakaa kwa mesa na
history will record that I was here.
Not only that, my friend, you see, all those fellas are Caucasian and they are clearly and quietly reflecting the light. Our president, the only person who's absorbing it, and you can see him clearly. He stands out. Ayon sawa. Okay?
Tunamtakia kila laheri, kienda huko atufanyie mambo mengi. See, he's representing Africa. Yeah, situangushe tafadhali.
The Egyptians are also there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those two, Egypt and Kenya, from the continent of Africa.
Yeah, the South Africans used to be invited, but history breaks. Nafikiri it upset some people.
Yeah, of course. All right, so our first story on radiogeneration.co.ke is on Faith Odhiambo, former president of the LSK, and there's an explainer here as to why she joined Linda Mwananchi. So anasema hivi, or rather mwandishi nani ameandika hii story. Bradley anatuambia Faith Odhiambo, the former president of the Law Society of Kenya, has defended her move into partisan politics, saying her decision to align with the Linda Mwananchi faction of the Orange Democratic Movement is rooted in long-standing beliefs on rights, accountability, and governance. Her remarks came as she responded to growing public debate over her shift from legal activism and institutional leadership into active political engagement. We sat here with Bob Mamu yesterday, and I remember what he was saying about, the reason why he joined Linda Mwananchi, because he aligns with whatever aspirations they have. And then we also had a conversation the week before with Mzalendo Kiama. And Kiama said their organization is actually formed by people from different political parties. So there's Wiper, there's ODM, there is UDA and everyone. So when we were done with the interview, I asked him, hey, why do you have, I thought you guys are active. And he was like, no, we're not activists. We're actually politicians. And we want to effect change. And we formed this group so that within our own political parties, we can actually effect that change. And I was like, this is actually a very bright idea.
See, they've morphed over time. When you want to, or when your agenda is to seek change, you also have to change.
True.
Because you will find that you start on a certain path, and in starting, you realize that the things you perceived before you started are not quite what they are when you're now in the throes of it. So you change. You start with a few friends and some ideas, then you bring in others, and you suddenly realize there's a plethora of ideas all over the place which you haven't considered. So the dynamism of change is what makes groups like that vibrant.
And
that's what makes them effective.
Casmuel was one of the first folks to join from the Gen Z, do I call it system? From the Gen Z system to join a political party, ODM. Na jamaa alichukiwa. So venye tulikuja hapa tukamuuliza, bro, watu wanasema ni msaliti bana. Na akasema, and now we're actually seeing other people joining political parties. And he said, look, at the end of the day, if you want to effect real change, you have got to do it as a group. Just like you were telling us in the morning right now. You cannot do it. There's only so far that you can go if you're alone. But if you want real change, Buddha lazima ukuwe na machinery.
You have to have a structure.
You have got to have a structure, and that structure comes with a machinery. It comes with resources, and not just in terms of money, but in terms of human resource, in terms of the kinds of connections, the network. Man, that one really hit me, and I was like, okay, perhaps we need to rethink how we are dealing with politics as far as, and even our want, or rather our aspirations to capture power. Because unless you have something called an Obama effect, my friend, you will need resources and you will need people.
Even the Obama effect.
He was in a political party.
He was in a political party, and the machinery helped him. You see, this ecosystem we call planet Earth, which is populated by individuals called human beings, these creatures are social creatures.
Yeah.
If you look at the groups that we belong to, the mammals, they're also social creatures. Just look at wildlife and how they congregate. They're social.
True.
Others are even more interesting than that in how they maintain the family setup. We
yes,
function best in the company of others.
Yeah.
We function really badly when we are by ourselves. There's a limit to what it is that we can actually do. So if one thinks that forming a group is the begin and end all of a certain pursuit for change, it is not. ODM began as a movement.
Yes.
Then it became a political party. It was a movement.
Yes.
Yes.
Wakati wa chungwa
yes.
na banana.
It was a movement. Okay. So in the same way, Linda Mwananchi is a movement. Okay. Within ODM.
Yeah.
You see? And they're trying, everything you're seeing is them trying to find a fit. Where can we find a fit? Because they are also seeking to pursue power. Now, what happens to such groupings is other people will join. Then there are those who will want to control it.
Yes.
Then there are those who will just want to interfere in the hope that they will want to control it. So the dynamism of the situation we find ourselves in is worth observing. You want to sit back and observe. Yes.
And learn.
And learn, yes.
Kindiki calls for global action to restore degraded range lands and protect fragile ecosystems. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged governments, development partners and communities worldwide to intensify efforts to restore degraded rangelands and protect fragile ecosystems, warning that environmental degradation poses a serious threat to livelihoods, food security and economic stability. I saw a little bit of this event yesterday. Remember we spoke about this and we said that the UN is hosting this event here in Kenya. I saw John Kerry. Remember John Kerry? He was a former... He was at one point running for president, right? And he was also a cabinet secretary wa huko US. Kitu kama hiyo. Ndio huyo sasa alikuanga huko. That guy has aged gracefully. Hazeeki. And okay, unaweza tell amezeeka, but jamaa hazeeki. And he had a lot of energy talking about climate change. Now, his country is one of the leading partners as far as climate research is concerned. But it's interesting. Their current government does not recognize global warming at all.
You know, the platform we have requires us to modulate the things we say, but not the things we think. See, it is seasonal. A presidency is seasonal. Power is seasonal. The current president in America will go. Okay? And during its tenure, there are very many things the American people can glean from certain actions that are taken to bring about a person of that nature into a position of the power that the president in America has. Okay? Climate change and the story around it is a bit skewed, and it is dominated by the thinking of the West. And yet everything we say about global warming and climate change, it's them who have brought it about. Not pointing fingers, stating a fact. We do not have oversized industries that pollute the ozone layer and destabilize the ecosystem in the skies. We don't have those things. We've never had those things. We don't test nuclear arsenal in the seas to pollute it and to pollute again the skies. We don't do those things. So it's incumbent upon them to come up with things that they now call global so that everybody can be included in it. Whereas the truth of the matter is that they are the ones who have brought about this problem. And crazy. And under the issues of climate change and global change and blah, 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 the thing that isn't stated loudly is the thing we should focus on. If you want to influence a country, you have to give them a cause to rally around, and you must support that cause. Climate change is one of those things that people are now rallying around because we see the effects. Long droughts, rainfalls like we've never seen, flooding. These things have been happening in the West for a long time.
Ice caps, yeah.
Yes, they've been happening for a long, long, long time. We've had snippets of warnings when, for instance, in Nyandarua, you suddenly find the hailstones or the snow in Nyandarua. Okay? That's telling you climate is going a bit haywire. Then you find floodings in areas that have been known not to receive very much rainfall.
Changing weather patterns, delayed rainfall, extended droughts.
Things of that nature. Now, that we need to have a discussion is paramount, yes, but the need to listen to what is being said by those who are experiencing it more than we are, and to understand how it is we can learn from them so that we avoid being in the situation that these fellows find themselves in. Many of these people who fight, say, for instance, for wildlife, see, them, they killed all their wildlife so that they didn't have wildlife. By the time somebody considers a caterpillar wildlife, you know, things are very bad in that particular country. Or they look for, what are these things called, beetles. That's a wildlife.
Yes.
They killed their wildlife, meaning they didn't take care. So they understand that depletion, what they did makes them understand and makes them value the things that they destroyed a lot more.
True.
Yes.
Now, the United Nations did say that global temperatures have risen by an average of 1.5 degrees Celsius.
That's very high.
It's very high. Now, in the last 50 or so years, global temperatures went up by 2 degrees. So, ukiongeza hii ingine ya 1.5, global temperatures have gone up by about 3 degrees.
I want to question the measurement that they use, the scientific measurement. I am certain that those who pronounce these things have talked to experts. Okay?
Yes.
Because what is certain is that the seas, the oceans are rising.
Yes.
It means the ice caps are melting. Okay? The typhoons and everything that we saw, we used to see, we are seeing some terribly horrible ones.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I think in the last 6 months or so, we've had, I don't know how many hurricanes.
Yes.
As opposed to the last 10 years, where we've probably, in the last 6 months, compared to the last 10 years, you can actually see a very significant increase.
Actually, you can. You actually can.
So, nikubaya. Mungu anasema, only 1 degree.
1 degree. For the longest time, the changes were in fractions and small fractions. 1 digit.
Is bad.
That's bad.
Now, to put it into context, before I give you the traffic update, I was watching a documentary and they were saying that in the next 100 years, if we continue the current trajectory as far as global warming is concerned, in the next 100 years, we will not have a single forest. A single forest, a single tree. And that means no water, no food. Basically, what is life? So if you minus water, you've minused everything. That's how bad it is, guys. Anyway, I don't want to scare you. That's why you need to be planting trees. Ukipata nafasi ya kupanda kama mti wewe panda. Panda mti sababu ni kubaya wadau.
Traffic.
Tukiangalia Kilimani area, Kilimani estate, they're saying that, or rather not they're saying, I am seeing. It's looking good. It's all green on both sides. So if you're in Kilimani, you guys are having fun. Ani akina sisi And then Ayani Estate, sasa tukivuka ule pande mwingine, twende Ayani Estate, tuko sehemu za Olympic, Kibra Drive, Yeah, it's bad. It's not bad. It's actually good. Sorry, it's good. It's good. And then we go to sehemu za Ngumo. This is around Raila Odinga Way. If you're joining the two major highways, that is Ngong Road na Langata, uko kote kuko sawa. And as a matter of fact, Langata Road is looking absolutely fantastico. Then if you're heading towards Karen, going through Galleria Mall, also looking good. If you're going to Magadi Road towards Multimedia University and beyond, huko pia munakaa mko tu sawa, hamna stress yoyote. If I'm looking at these sides of the southern bypass also, you guys are moving quite well. Now, there's an area called, this is Mombasa Road. Yes, Mombasa Road is not looking bad at all. You guys are moving swiftly, whether you're going up or down, coming or going, uko tu sawa. Then there's Airport North Road. Now, this is where things kind of change. However, the reason they're changing is because some of you are approaching Outer Ring Road, others are leaving Outer Ring, heading towards Mombasa Road. So, a little bit of traffic there, but you're moving nonetheless. Actually, there's absolutely zero delay as far as that is concerned. Outer Ring Road as well, no delays whatsoever, apart from the few stages where kuna matatu zinangojea binadamu, mko sawa kabisa. And then Thika Super Highway, also known as the Embu Nairobi Highway, is not actually today, as far as ile place ya Pangani iko concerned, the traffic is not bad. This is actually good. A little bit of traffic just from Muthaiga there, but beyond that you guys are moving quite well, which is good, right? Kiambu Road as well, hiyo mambo iko sawa. Watu ambao wanatoka huko kwa Wadosi hamna shida yoyote. Northern bypass also looking good. Now, if I zoom out and zoom into Mombasa, kisiwa cha Mombasa kiko sawa kabisa. Kule hata kuna traffic literally. I see only one stage where magari yamesimama kwa sababu mnangojea abiria. Na inakaa mtangoja because barabara zenyewe ziko grey. Kumaanisha ni kama watu hawatoki nyumbani sasa hivi. Watu wa Mkomani mwasonga sawa. Kule Links Road kuko fiti. Kule barabara ambayo inaelekea Voice of Kenya inapita ikielekea Nyali Center iko sawa. Watu wa Bombolulu nini mko sawa. Old Malindi, Kengeleni, kokote mambo yanasonga shwari. Lakini ukiona kitu barabarani nafaa kujua, basi tupate katika mitandao yetu at Radio Gen KE.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's start with which one do I start with? Let me start with the Swahili one so we can be done with it. Ndio kama kujuma ulimi ni jume one time, All right, so here we go. Taifa Leo says at the front page, Kindiki Gachagua kutengana. Wanatengana vipi? Uchaguzi mdogo wa eneo bunge la Olkalao County ya Laikipia unaotarajiwa kuandaliwa Julai mwezi ujao tarehe 16. Umeibuka kuwa mojawapo ya mashindano yanayofuatiliwa kwa karibu zaidi eneo la Mlima Kenya na kwingineko nchini. Ingawa ni uchaguzi wa kujaza nafasi iliyoachwa wazi na kifo cha mbunge, sasa umechukua sura ya vita vya kisiasa kati ya naibu rais Kithure Kindiki na mtangulizi wake Rigathi Gachagua kuelekea uchaguzi mkuu mwaka ujao. Habari hiyo kikamili utaipata katika ukurasa wa pili. Azikwa miaka 6 baadaye, familia ya mzika mpendo wao baada ya miaka 6 kutokana na deni kubwa la bili na ada kufuatia kifo chake. Kurasa wa 4, polisi ange kuhusu usajili wa kigaidi. Ange ni kumaanisha nini, wamenyamaza ama wanamantania?
Sielewi baba, labda uniambie.
Hebu acha nisome. Kuna tetesi vijana wanasajiliwa kujiunga na makundi ya kigaidi kimataifa kule pwani. Habari hiyo ukurasa wa 5. Tshisekedi gumoja 3 term. Seneti DRC yapitisha mswada kumruhusu Seneti DRC yapitisha mswada kumruhusu Tshisekedi kuhudumu kwa muhula wa 3. Ukurasa wa 8, habari kamili.
And what does the katiba say about these things?
That's why the Senate did what they did. They publicly changed their laws to allow the president to run a 3rd term.
Do they know what that means?
They have set a precedent, and if it can be done once, it can be done again.
You wait. Next stop after that one is president for life.
They'll be like, see guys, we gave him 3 terms. I mean, so we can give him a 4th. As a matter of fact, so we just open this thing so we can just remove these hurdles.
Given the competition that foreign countries have in trying to make deals with DRC, there are those who are of the opinion that such things make the president a very wealthy man. And if he's a thoughtful president, it means that his members of parliament would also be very wealthy men and women.
Okay. So how to wanaona mbele?
So if he is somebody who is considered to be an enabler, then they will want him to stay.
Batoto ba Kongo, kama Siti alivyosema, nyinyi mmefungua mlango ambayo itakuwa ngumu kufunga.
Oh, it will be a very difficult one. Very, very, very difficult one.
Kundi la Senator Edwin Sifuna linavyopangua upinzani kuelekea mwaka wa 22 mwaka wa 2027. Umaarufu wa Linda Mwananchi umechochea wito wa kumtaka seneta wa Nairobi kuwa sehemu ya tiketi ya uraisi ya upinzani mnamo mwaka ujao. Wahamiaji washabikia Senegal. Hii ni baada ya mashabiki wa nchi hiyo kunyimwa visa kuingia USA. So immigrants were on the side of Senegal,
Oh, definitely.
All right, so that one is...
I don't understand that term with reference to the US.
Okay.
Everybody who is in the US is an immigrant.
Everyone, apart from the natives, of course.
Yes, they are all immigrants, except, again, the blacks. They didn't seek to go there. They were taken there.
As slaves.
Yes.
So they
I'm not talking about the Africans who moved there to study and stayed. I'm talking about those early days when people were populating that particular part of the world.
Right.
They were taken in as slaves. They were taken from wherever their homeland was and taken there forcibly. But everybody else is an immigrant. Yes.
Storm over secret shillings 180 billion JKIA deal. Aye, secret. So according to LSK, they say procurement processes lacked transparency. After cancellation of a contentious project by Indian billionaire Gautam Adani in the aftermath of the 2024 Gen Z protests, the government is courting fresh controversy following reports of the award of a new contract for the expansion of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport to a Chinese firm through a process that critics say is cloaked in secrecy. Two sources within state agencies overseeing the procurement confirmed the contract was awarded this month and is awaiting expiry of a 14-day period within which dissatisfied bidders are allowed to challenge the process. Now, this story is on page 4 to 5. Some of the people involved in this include Stephen Mutoro of COFEC. COFEC has established that the joint venture partner is owned by a man COFEC had already petitioned the court to bar from Kenya. Sheila Masinde from TISA. Also key is full information on the financing model, including any debt obligations Kenyans are being committed to. So we don't even know whether there's a debt obligation that Kenya has in this. Charles Kanjama, LSK president, says address concerns around full accountability and public participation or we seek court intervention. Then we have Senator Okia Omtata. The whole thing is being procured in contemptuous disregard of the constitution. We are going to resist it. Hey, bro, Nikubaya. It's bad, man. It's bad. Ruto tells G7 Africa will power future global growth. President Ruto champions Africa's cause during meeting with world leaders, saying the era of exploiting the continent for its critical minerals is gone. And we can see there our president with fellow leaders. From left, we have British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, French President Emmanuel Macron. I feel like Macron has been president forever.
He's been there for a very long time. Remember, the presidential term of office is 7 years.
Yes.
So, bro, bro.
What?
Mingi.
So there we have President Macron. Then we have Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. All of them at the G7. Finance bill. MPs reject public push to lower pay as you earn. The National Assembly's Finance and National Planning Committee has ignored many petitions to amend tax laws to adjust pay as you earn bans and increase personal relief to hand to hand salaried workers more disposable income. Now, various interest groups in the memorandum on the finance bill lobbied for pay review to cushion lower income earners. Sawa, tunakubali, tunasema asanteni. No marriage certificate, no IVF, SHA rule shocker. A teacher unable to conceive naturally for years was hopeful the Social Health Authority would cover in vitro fertilization until she faced another hurdle. What is the issue with this whole story of IVF?
Misunderstanding.
Unajua, because I was listening to the news items on this one. I need to have a marriage certificate for me to, or rather, a woman needs a marriage certificate for her to be able to conceive via IVF. What if she just wants to conceive?
That is in our laws.
So according to SHA, even if SHA inasema, if it's in our laws, hapo ndio sasa sielewi.
Then if that is just according to SHA, then SHA is going against the constitution. Bro, reproductive health, iko na rights zake.
What if
the rights that a woman has over her body,
the
rights that a woman has over such decisions. It is good that they have presented us with something to debate about, and for also to understand why it is that they've taken that particular point of view, because they have introduced morality into something, and we want to understand why. Yes. And what it is they feel they are preventing and what it is they feel they are enhancing. This is a subject of debate. And this is one of those times when we need to look for experts in this field so that we can actually understand this thing better.
Ama watueleze ni nini wanajaribu kuzuia yenye maybe watuelewi. Is there some kind of fraud wanajaribu kuzuia?
You know, reproductive health has always been a thorny issue. And the discussion of it tends to get fairly emotional. But when you consider what it is that is actually under discussion, the perspective and the views of women who are the ones who are the center of this discussion should always be given priority.
But like you've asked, is this a SHA thing or is it a constitutional thing?
Yes.
Clearly, because SHA has said it, I want to believe it's a SHA thing. So if you would like to still go undergo IVF without necessarily using SHA, maybe your personal insurance covers it, or if you just have the cash, you can pay for it. I don't know. Lastly, on the Standard, tax bill rebellion. The battle over the Finance Bill 2026 has escalated into a fierce political showdown after MPs mounted a rare revolt against key National Treasury proposals, diluting and rewriting measures expected to raise an additional 120 billion. While the government insists there are no new punitive taxes, critics accuse it of burying higher costs in technical tax provisions and pushing the bill through Parliament without adequate scrutiny. The pushback reflects growing anxiety within political circles over the risk of reigniting public anger reminiscent of the 2024 Gen Z protests. Yesterday, government MPs led by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah came out and said, guys, if a leader tells you that there's a tax that has been added, akuambie ni kipengele gani. I remember he used that word.
Good for him.
Akuambie ni kipengele gani.
Right.
So they went, said a lot of things, and then they finished their presser and left.
I'm waiting for kipengele to come out.
The moment they left like this,
boop.
Opposition MPs led by Kadhiani MP Robert Mbui akakuja hapo akasema, mumeambiwa niwaambie kipengele. Bwana Robert alisema hizo vipengele. Alisema hizo vipengele, and I was like, hey, over to you, City.
Over to me. Let's look at the Star. ODM Chief Oburu draws first blood in Sifuna Senate power struggle. Is there a power struggle in Senate? Well, according to this particular article, yes. What are they talking about? Sifuna has been removed from the Senate Energy Committee in a move that is likely to intensify speculations over widening divisions within ODM. The Nairobi senator was replaced by Homa Bay Senator Moses Kajwang. The majority leader wajua in parliament, this committee wajua ni Oburu Odinga. Oburu Odinga pia yuko Senate. Sawa hiyo. But the changes also came about under this new arrangement. Garissa Senator Abdul Haji replaces nominated Senator Beatrice Ogola in the Energy Committee. Anyway, Those are ODM wars.
Hiyo ni siasa. Okay? Wash then. Judiciary to blame as Kenya stuck in grey list. What are we talking about? Kenya is likely to remain under enhanced scrutiny for the weakness in combating money laundering and terrorist financing when the Financial Action Task Force updates the list later this week. The country was placed on the FATF grey list in February 2024 after global watchdog found strategic deficiencies in Kenya's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regime. Nani alitoka kwa list tena?
No, tuko kwa hiyo list.
Nani alituweka kwa hiyo list? As in,
group in
how does one get into that list?
Well, what they do is they look at your systems. They look at your security systems. They look at your judiciary system. They look at the laws that you have. They look at the agencies that you have set up that fight money laundering. And why the gap in the judiciary arises is they found that when matters of this nature are taken to the judiciary, okay, they are looking at the decisions that have been made in the judiciary and they amount to not fighting terrorism or anti-money laundering well. So we're not put in a blacklist. We're in the grey list.
Okay.
So they are arguing, this article argues that the judiciary bado inaonekana imebaki kwa grey list. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we still an NATO ally, by the way?
Sisi? I think so.
We are still there.
As for everything. The only thing we haven't joined is the Arab League. But
we should actually join that Arab League.
Yes.
Tunafaa kujoin hiyo Arab League. Tuko na akina Fara hapa hivi.
Yes.
Na watu wa Isiolo, Garissa.
Kusha it's not Arabs.
No, sijamaliza city. Utangoja nimalize story yangu. Watu na Arabs. Si wanaongeanga Kiarabu. Tuingie Arab League.
They have their own language.
I know
they learn Arabic.
I know they speak Somali, and I am saying the fact that we have hata kuna Waswahili hapa Mombasa wanakaa Waarabu. We need to join that Arab League.
When you say Waswahili, if you look at their backgrounds, you will be amazed. The backgrounds range from Yemen to Oman to Qatar, etc., etc.
The threshold for joining the Arab League, in my opinion, as long as we can speak Arabic, my friend, hata wakisi wala Waislamu wanaweza ongea Kiarabu, bwana, tuingie hiyo Arab League.
Shukran. Anniversary on June 25th, which is Thursday next week, okay? MP's tax battle sets stage for Gen Z Memorial, okay? It's a very thing that you're talking about. Sawa.
Yes.
In sports, there's a girl called Kylian Mbappe
from France.
This fellow is quite electric, anafunga mabao.
Actually, once akina Cristiano and Messi retire after this World Cup, because I'm sure they won't go for long, they won't play in the next World Cup. These are the folks who we're going to be talking about.
Okay, news. Ruto G7 diplomacy cements Kenya's place on table of global affairs. All right, then let me look at the Business Daily. The Business Daily has really lovely news. Lovely and interesting. MPs block fresh attempts to increase KRA's powers. Hey, members of parliament have foiled fresh attempts to increase the powers of the Kenya Revenue Authority Commissioner General, including granting the taxman sweeping powers on asset seizures. The Finance and National Planning Committee of the National Assembly has shot down amendments to the Tax Procedures Act, including one that sought to compel taxpayers to secure mandatory stay orders to protect their accounts from being frozen by the taxman. Okay. This one is one of those wonderful things. In protecting themselves, they can then claim that they've gone and protected the wananchi. Ndio?
Kabisa.
Yeah. You know, most wananchi don't have money that they worry about that it will be found to have been fraudulently acquired. We don't have those things. We live from hand to mouth generally.
Yeah.
It's those who have disposable income.
Yes.
And which disposable income and whose source can be questioned that have to worry about such things.
Okay.
India imports cross 100 billion in Q1 as China tightens grip. Imports from India to Kenya has crossed the 100 billion mark for the first time in the opening quarter of a year, underlining the growing influence of the South Asian nation as a source of goods for Kenya. Sasa China wamepata kompe. Msikia?
Nimesikia.
Right. CFAO, yani Toyota, okay? Mobility expands electric vehicle lineup with a 10 million Toyota car. CFAO Mobility Kenya has expanded its local electric vehicle portfolio with the launch of Toyota's first fully electric vehicle.
Which one?
In the Kenyan market. The mid-size sports utility vehicle retails at 10 million shillings.
Is that the RAV4?
Bro. Okay, since you seem to be keen.
It must be the RAV4.
Okay. It's called the Toyota BXZA 4X.
Can I see the? Do they have a picture?
No, they don't have a picture. It's a 5-seater. It's probably what you're calling a RAV4. It's a 5-seater crossover SUV, targeting corporate fleets, development agencies, and private buyers amid growing demand for eco-friendlier alternatives to internal combustion engines.
It is. Yes, I can see it here because I've just googled the image. Hii sasa ndio inakuja ku replace. Kuna and they've said it's a mid-sized 5-seater.
Hiyo ni RAV4.
Hii ndio imekuja sasa ku replace RAV4 as far as the electric version is concerned.
I can't buy an electric car.
Why? I know you have this issue of utachajia wapi in case.
No, I really have those issues.
Alafu Kenya Power wakiamua kuanua stima.
I really have those issues.
But we have solar.
Forget the solar. Have we advanced our solar technology to the point where it can power a house without using any other source?
Yes. And I can give you companies ni venye hawajanilipa niwaseme, but there are companies who can actually install solar in your home, and you can, and even in your office, like, such as this one, or in an office building, and you can use that solar power for everything. Kuchemsha maji, kama mnafanya laundry, kama uko na fridge,
kupika pasi,
kupiga nguo pasi. Yes. Yes. I am talking about something I have seen. I hosted, when I used to host a TV show, there's a solar company I hosted, and they do that.
And they told you where it is that they have actually put this into practice.
Yes.
So that
there's
you went and actually saw it.
Unajua Stony Earth?
I know Stony Earth.
There's a resort there, because that was one of their examples.
Ile ambayo iko karibu na shooting range kule mbali.
I should think so. I personally have not been there.
Ile hoteli.
Yes.
Nimeenda huko mimi.
Wame replace that now, that company, that hotel, that resort, wanatumia majority solar. The only time they will switch to the grid is if maybe the weather hasn't been too good and the batteries hadn't stored enough power. But they're living completely 100% off grid.
Mimi internal combustion. I want to hear
Oh, wait a minute. Now, even vehicles such as Tesla, which is an electric vehicle 100%, you can simulate those sounds. Instead of just hearing silence, you can unaweza fanya ile kama a sports car.
Bro, I think you're missing the point.
I'm trying to tell you, those simple pleasures
I want the vroom to be real, not simulated.
Majority of these electric cars, by the way, from Tesla to hata hizi akina Toyota hizi. Actually, last month, Ferrari have also developed an electric vehicle.
Bro, Lamborghini can join them if they want. It is okay. Porsche can join them if they want. It is okay.
Do you know this vehicle known as Rolls-Royce?
Yes.
They also have their own electric vehicle.
Bro.
And my friend.
Mimi, sina shida na hao watu. I'm talking about myself. Okay?
Oh, you're speaking for you.
Yeah, I'm speaking for myself.
Okay.
Okay? Clearly, I'm speaking from a point of ignorance because there are many things I don't understand about electric vehicles. But
tutafute hawa watu wa Toyota wakuja wakuelimishe.
I will actually look for their chairman.
Yeah.
One, Mr. Dennis Awori.
Oh, it's not Takaishi Wakato, no?
No, it is Dennis Awori.
Sawa.
And I will, Dennis Awori Sam.
Oh, you mean Toyota Kenya?
Yes.
Me, I was thinking Toyota Global.
Hapana, Toyota Kenya. Bwana, Kenya. How would I know the head of Toyota in Japan, Brana?
I thought you were going to bring us someone called Takaiti Matsumoto or something, but Awori will do.
Right. Investors eye 2 billion shilling gain on Family Bank listing. The lender will trade in the NSE from Tuesday next week. Let me read a bit of it so that you understand what I'm talking about. Existing and new investors who participated in Family Bank private placement last year are set for capital gains of 24.1% of the 1.93 billion when the lender lists on the Nairobi Stock Exchange on Tuesday next week. The investors include Kenya Tea Development Agency, the Kenya Orient Life Assurance, which is associated with the family bank, founder Titus Muya, applied for the 55205 million shares of the lenders 14 shillings and 50 cents.
Okay.
Family Bank has meanwhile set a listing price of 18 shillings per share, indicating a quick paper gain of 24% on the aggregate. Hiyo yote nimesoma tu lakini sielewi. But nimesoma. Sawa. It means iko shares unaweza kununua. That's what I have understood from everything here. And your Family Bank, and I'm also family nimesoma, unaweza kutengeneza pesa.
Nataka tuingie kwa news, but kabla tuingie kwa news, hata nisalimie jamaa anaitwa Otieno Mukaya. Otieno Mukaya, we've hosted Otieno here
on many occasions, yes.
Anasema mbuvi wa Kisii wamekufanyia nini? We can speak Arabic too. Asamareko. Watch to tell the news, and then when we come back, I shall read the rest of the salams. And also, Colombia and Uzbekistan are playing. Currently, they are in their 100th minute, and Uzbekistan has been beaten 1-3 so far.
This World Cup is interesting.
Very. All right.
We should expect surprises.
Ni ukweli. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Members of Parliament clashed on Wednesday over Finance Bill 2026, with opposition lawmakers accusing the government side of trying to limit debate and sneak controversial changes into the proposed tax law. The claims were rejected by Kenya Kwanza side. Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah said it was not possible to add new clauses to the bill as its current stage in Parliament. Speaking to journalists at Parliament buildings, Ichung'wah said every bill already contains clauses and denied claims that extra provisions were being added secretly.
Msikubali kudanganyika, msikubali kudanganywa. Kama mtu anakuambia hicho kipengele kiko, wacha akueleze kipengele hicho kiko wapi.
They have since moved now to Mitumba, to funds, and to rental income. The former member for Madeira was the second person to propagate propaganda that we are increasing rental income tax. Anyone who purports anything is in a bill must point out where that is in the bill.
Kathiani Member of Parliament Robert Mbowe has raised concern over increasing cases of abductions and mysterious deaths in the country. Mbowe said more bodies are being found in different places after people were reported missing. His remarks come as concern grows across the country of alleged forced disappearances, suspected abductions, and the discovery of bodies in several areas.
Soon after people disappear or are abducted, we have started seeing bodies appearing in different parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, recently, some time ago, we had the bodies found in Kitui. Just about a few days ago, there were bodies found in my own constituency, unidentified bodies, Mr. Speaker, which causes an alarm to the people that live in these areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this issue of disappearances, we must, as a country, come up with a way by which anyone who gets lost, that information can reach all and sundry.
The Central Organization of Trade Unions has welcomed a court ruling in Mombasa that supports casual workers hired through outsourcing companies. KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli said the decision will allow such workers to join unions of their choice and benefit from collective bargaining agreements. He said this will help ensure outsourced workers are paid fairly and receive better protection at work.
These people will now be allowed to join a union of their own choice, and two, they will be paid as per the collective bargaining agreement existing where they are hired to work. That is the biggest achievement. This outsourced person shall also, if not a member of any trade union, be allowed to subscribe to an agency fee so that they can equally enjoy terms and conditions of service of that particular enterprise.
A former Nigerian oil minister has been cleared of taking bribes from wealthy oil executives in the form of luxury homestays and lavish spending sprees in the UK. Diezani Alison Madueke was found not guilty after trial at London's Southwark Crown Court of 5 counts of accepting bribes and a charge of conspiracy to commit bribery. Alison Madueke was Nigeria's oil minister between 2010 and 2015 and the first female president of the oil exporters group OPEC. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Karibu tena sana. This is Radio Generation, 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? MC Tonje habari asubuhi. MC Tonje kama kawaida is always here with us every single morning. He's usually the first one to check in before everybody else. And MC Tonje, we appreciate that. Nilisema nitasalimia wengine hapa. Orash Boni says, good morning CDCT and Mbuvi. Gentlemen, let me say hi to Edna, the producer, and a big shout out to her for always inviting solid guests. Good day and looking forward to another healthy conversation. Orash Boni, asante sana, and I'm sure producer amepata salamu. Danson Kenywa sorry, amesema good morning CT and Mbuvi. Good morning fellow patriots. Mbuvi unachocha mzae sana. Unajua Danson, acha nikwambie, lazima nichoche umzae. Unajua wazae wasipochochwa wanazeekanga haraka so once in a while lazima umpatie compliment ndio wasikie poa. Ama unasikia poa CT? All right. Anasema it's called the power and strength of the pack. Very true. Daya Interactive anasema grand rising gentlemen, I came here for CT and found Mbuvi well in. Well, thank you so much Daya. Danson Kenya amesema talk of double speak, the DP is in the same government that is building things in Ementi and in the forest, Ngong forest and other forests. By then ukweli. Luis Rudasingwa says good morning, and then last but not least we have Davis who says CT, I have installed a solar system to my father's rural home in Siaya. We can't iron yet because I was limited by funds. However, in the future I will expand the system size to enable ironing. So it's doable. Yeah. Maybe one of these fine days when I hit the jackpot, that will be my birthday gift to you, and you hit what, 85? Yeah. Tuone venye tutakuwekea ni solar uko ushago.
You assume I do not have solar.
Ninataka nikuwekea tu for the sake. Kwani siwezi kukuwekea, okay, nitakuwekea kwa hiyo cow shed yako na kuanga nayo hapo kando. At least ng'ombe ziweze kuenjoy a little bit of electricity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get down to business in this particular hour. I want to focus on xenophobia versus Pan-Africanism and a fight for democracy in Africa. With us in studio is a historian, and he is also a senior lecturer at the Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Nairobi. That is Dr. Kenneth Ombongi. Daktari, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
We are quite well.
All right. It's a pleasure to be here.
Karibu sana. Is it chilly out there?
It's quite cold. I'm not quite sure about being chilly, but it's cold.
Okay.
But those of us who come from the highlands, we had gotten used to this when we grew up, and it's very cold.
So you're right at home?
Oh, very much. I come from a part of Kenya where we experience all the seasons of weather in a year in one day.
Really? In the morning it could be sunny?
No, morning is winter. And then it comes to 9, 10, you see signs
sunshine.
Of spring. Birds come out, butterflies come out. Then when it hits noon, between noon and 3 is summer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then in the evening is another winter.
It's a problem.
Yes.
That is a problem.
Yeah.
All right. City has a proverb for you. You will give us your interpretation, and then we shall talk about Pan-Africanism. So, City, cheza kama wewe.
Yes. Proverbs for this week come from the Republic of Senegal. Senegal have this unique distinction, not because it is unique in and of itself, but unique in the sense that the region that Senegal is nestled in geographically is known for coups and counter coups. Senegal is one of those nations that has not experienced it. They have presidencies, they have their elections, they may have the normal tussles that one sees in politics, but that's just about it.
Yes.
So our
Senegal for you. That is Senegal for you.
That is
and there's a reason for that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there is a reason for that. A proverb.
Yes.
If the eyes do not admire, the heart will not desire.
If the eyes
do not admire, the heart will not desire.
Oh, okay. That's a good one. If the eyes do not admire, then the heart will not. If the eyes will not see, the heart will not do what?
Admire.
Desire.
Sorry.
Desire. I think implicit in this proverb is the idea that the eyes are the entry into our hearts.
Somebody called it the window of the soul.
That's it. That's it. And many things that get into our emotional system and we begin relating to them begin with sight. You've heard this one which says seeing is what? Believing. That's it. So fundamentally then I get the impression that the proverb is saying that many things that constitute who we are or how we look at the world around us, they begin with a simple act of seeing. You see, and then take it in, and then digest it, and I'm using the word digest in quotes, and then it lists actions. So it goes all the way to emphasize the most important, role that seeing plays in our life. When we view things, probably it also goes to caution us that we need to be cautious on what we are seeing, because what we are seeing goes into actually constituting who we are. You have heard of this other one, very common, I think, in Africa. Monkey see,
monkey do.
Monkey do.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Daktari umeipata. Umeipata na umeexplain in ways I don't even think I could have. So thank you so much. Professor Lumumba was here a couple of days ago, PLO, and he said that perhaps what we're experiencing in South Africa, we need to stop calling it xenophobia and let's start calling it Afrophobia, because it's not like they're fighting the whites, they're not fighting the Chinese, they're not fighting the Indians. They're specifically fighting the people who look like them more than any others, any other race rather. I don't know what your thoughts are on that one. And is it indeed true that they have this phobia for Africans as opposed to other people? And of course, it's not the entire South Africa. The elements that are fighting their brothers and sisters.
Okay. Thank you very much. Looks like, I don't know who is following who between me and PLO.
Yes.
Where he sits, I'm likely to sit there next.
Right.
I find the concept Afrophobia to be very interesting, but I will be very hesitant to use it to describe particularly what is happening in South Africa.
Right.
The South African situation is more of what we loosely call xenophobia.
Okay.
Xenophobia is a fear of the other, fear of the one we identify and label as foreign. Xenophobia is a category that separates us with them. In academia, we use the word othering. It's that notion that they exist there, we exist here, they are different from us, and therefore they should not be with us.
Yes.
That is basically us and them. That is xenophobia.
Okay.
So the situation in South Africa cannot be Afrophobia.
Okay.
You know, the fear of an African. The situation in South Africa is one that is fairly, artificial, if you asked me. The Africans in South Africa, in a fundamental sense, they are our brothers. As a historian, I've spent part of my life reading about the history of migration and settlement in this continent. Majority of the Bantus in Southern Africa actually are part and parcel of the great Bantu migration. First from what we now describe as the Sahara Desert. That one was historically one of the most productive regions of Africa.
Yes.
Until probably global warming of the time.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that word had been invented then, affected the area and it dried up. And the Bantu-speaking people started migrating and settled in now what we call the Congo Basin, which ranges from today's country of Gabon, Cameroon, part of Nigeria, what we now call the Democratic Republic of Congo. That was home for all of us.
Daktari, you want to tell me Bantus came from the north?
Yes. Then, while at the Congo Basin, population exploded. Partially because of the discovery of banana and plantain, the energy that comes with it, and we didn't spare it in any way, so the population increased and the Bantu groups dispersed. That's the greatest dispersal point of the Bantu-speaking group. There's a group that went east to Eastern Africa, which now includes the Kenyan Bantu-speaking people, population. The Kikuyu, the Embu, the Meru, the Luya, the Kisi in that mix. Others went south.
Okay.
Yeah, the Ngoni, the Zulu,
the Hoi Hoi,
they went south.
The Sansans,
they went south. Actually, majority of the Bantu-speaking populations in South Africa are from this end.
Okay.
That way, there is a sense of brotherhood, which is entrenched in history. But away from that, Africa has been part of the South African struggle. If you remember the days of apartheid, much of Africa had these Pan-Africanist feelings that unless all of Africa is free, all of us are not free. You remember that the so-called frontline states against apartheid, led by none other than Tanzania. In fact, the headquarters of ANC was in Tanzania.
African National Congress.
The military wing of the African Congress.
Okay.
Their headquarters were in Tanzania, strongly supported by Julius Nyerere.
Wow.
The countries of Zambia, Zimbabwe were part of the frontline states. Kenya, we sort of historically misbehaved a bit because we didn't support the struggle against apartheid, thanks to the influence of very strong influence of our former Attorney General, Charles Njonjo. Kenya's foreign policy was to some extent actually inclined more to what the British were doing.
Okay.
We sort of supported
the atrocities.
Apartheid. We didn't come out very strongly.
Okay.
And that has remained a plot on our face as a country, and I hope we will not repeat that mistake. But we don't seem to have learned from that kind of history because we keep on moving away from, strong Pan-Africanism spirit. Because of the brotherhood that came as a result of the struggle for against apartheid in South Africa, there's a way in which Africans have been part of that struggle to make sure that South Africa is liberated.
Okay.
So 94 was not just a triumph for South Africans. It was a triumph for Africa. Because South Africa became the last country in the continent to have a sense of freedom, liberty and all that. So the win against apartheid, came as a result of a concerted effort of Africans, enhancing that spirit of Pan-Africanism and brotherhood that defines Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
And I was surprised when one of you talked to me last night, and I asked, where are you located? They told me, George Badmore Road, George Badmore Ridge. And you called me here to discuss Pan-Africanism in a place named after one of the most pioneering Pan-Africanists, George Badmore, our brother from Trinidad and Tobago. And then as I was driving in, I passed through another one called Marcus Garvey, another Pan-Africanist.
Yes.
What a coincidence. So the point I'm trying to make, friends, this morning is that South Africans cannot be against other Africans. So I cannot see it as some kind of a phobia, but is something generated by politics of scapegoating and diversionary approach to solving problems in South Africa. A Kenyan immigrant, a Zimbabwean immigrant, a Nigerian immigrant, a Somali immigrant is actually not the problem in South Africa.
What is the problem?
The problem in South Africa is structural. The problem in South Africa is, apartheid ended, yes. But the situation in South Africa did not fundamentally change. In fact, in the words of the late Professor Ali Masrui, the Kenyan political scientist, he put it so graphically that at the end of the apartheid, 10 years down the line when Masrui was saying this, the Africans had a very melodious national anthem, Inkosi Sikereli Africa, and a very colorful rainbow flag. But the dollar and the gold remained with the whites. And that is where the problem is. What we are having now is actually diversionary political tactics. South Africa is getting into some kind of election just shortly. These are diversionary tactics from the real issues that are causing unemployment in South Africa, that are causing the shortage of electricity in South Africa, that are causing all the challenges, insecurity, instability in the African areas. A poor Zimbabwean operating a kiosk in Johannesburg In fact, some of them are creating opportunities for the South Africans who are still looking for white-collar jobs.
These are the Africans in South Africa that are not South Africans are creating opportunities for those South Africans.
There is a sense in which they do that. If you have not seen since the deadline of the 30th that they were given, many shops in Johannesburg have been closed down. Many shops in the headquarters of KwaZulu-Natal, have been closed down. These are small shops owned by non-South Africans who are now being labeled as illegal immigrants, unregistered. All sorts of labels are being used.
Okay.
And believe you me, and Malema of EFF has just said it. The other day, the Ghanaian government organized for 300 Ghanaians to leave South Africa. How many jobs did that create to the Africans? The African immigrants seems and have been to South Africa on and off over the years. They're the only ones who have the courage to work under very terrible conditions in white-owned mines and farms and in Stellenbosch and Cape Town. I've worked in the orchards of Cape Town, and the people you see there struggling, breaking their backs on slave wages are Zimbabweans, mainly, not South Africans. So because of problems from their home, they are ready to take up anything and everything that can make them generate even a rand per day. South Africans are not ready to do that. So they're right. The end of apartheid came with expectations. The euphoric 1994. South Africans had this notion that we had in 1963, where we could even get to the extent of believing that with independence, rivers of milk will be flowing in our threshold. All we will do is to take a cup and chota yako and you move on. But Mzee Kenyatta reminded us ni uhuru na kazi.
Actually, I have a question.
Yes.
And because I've had this, story of the politics of South Africa interfering.
Yes.
And someone somewhere is pulling the strings like a puppeteer.
Yes.
Do we know this person, or is this person known? Is it a specific part of the population? For example, is it the whites who are doing this, or is it the black politicians who are doing this? Like, who exactly is doing it?
That's a very good question that everybody is asking. Politicians are politicians. Where you find them, they always mean one and the same thing.
Okay.
Which is selfish. They always want to perpetuate themselves in power.
Exploitative.
They are characterized by very strong spirit of primitive accumulation, if I may use that overly Marxist description. And in South Africa's case, they cut across the racial divide.
Okay.
I mean, you've heard of what's called the Action Group of South Africa. You've heard of guys like what's a guy called Mashabala and the rest. You see, the ANC government since 1994 has not been able to live up to the demands, the interests, and the needs of the ordinary people. When South Africa opened up from apartheid, apartheid South Africa was run where only one race had access to everything that was good. The Africans had really nothing on their hands.
Yes.
So ANC had more people to feed, had more children to educate, had more people to provide for healthcare, had more people to actually create an economy that generates employment.
Yes.
But unfortunately, they have not lived up to that call. and hence the dissatisfaction of the people.
Yeah.
If you have not seen President Ramaphosa, who is among the privileged Africans who use the advantage of the freedom of 1994 to accumulate wealth, he has not come out very strongly.
Okay.
He has been his approach to the problem in South Africa at the moment of xenophobia has been characterized initially by tactical silence, and then thereafter by measured pronouncements that are not as outright as Malema's.
A lot of analysts internationally, are saying that he could actually be on the side of the people that are actually perpetuating the xenophobia, but he's trying to sound diplomatic.
Well, he's the president of South Africa. The world is watching him. But he also wants to survive politically. He's feeling the pressure of, homeless South Africans, jobless South Africans, So if you have watched Cyril Ramaphosa, even merely by his body language, you could clearly see that there is something that he is not saying. And if he is saying it, he's not saying it loud enough.
Or clearly.
Compare him with the leader of EFF. Ramaphosa is very clear. But that an eye for an eye makes the whole world... Malema, yes. Makes the whole world blind. Malema is very, very clear in echoing the sentiments of Mahatma Gandhi, who have just quoted. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. An African brother and African sister is not your enemy. We are one. If we take immigration as I ask you to measure who is to stay in Kenya or in South Africa, do you know what? All of us are immigrants, and we are here. Yourself sitting here, coming down the Nile Valley, Baal Ghazal, settled here very recently. Actually, read Professor B.O. Gotti's work on the migration and settlement of the Luo-speaking people. Some of us are much more recent immigrants here than even the ratio immigrants that we have in this country. There are Arab families here who have been here longer than my people have settled in southwestern Kenya, where we now call home. And we want to say, everybody go to your home. This is not our home. If we use immigration as a yardstick, so we are all immigrants. And there's one colleague historian who says we are all immigrants, and we are here. So what is important is that we either choose to decide to coexist together peacefully, or perish together then, if we are going to fight.
To understand the South African situation, you probably need to just mirror it with the government of William Ruto and the promises that they made before they ascended to power in 2022. Anybody looked at those promises would tell you, if they are realistic, they were never going to fulfill all those promises, because it was practically not possible. And especially when clear timelines were not stated, when one was talking about promises, the fulfillment of it. You see, South Africa at independence, one could argue, ANC was actually not prepared to do what it is that those whom they were governing and those who were supporting them wanted. And the manifestation of that is how they were not able to retain the majority that they had, and that they had to go into a coalition. That tells you. And the question that then arises is, what is it that has been happening from the time that South Africa got independence? The time when xenophobia and the discussions around it seems to have gone down was when President Zuma was in power. And what characterized President Zuma's reign as president were corruptions at a level that South Africa has never really fully recovered from. Now, again, in the Kenyan context, it means the eating was spread out.
Yes, that's very true.
Everybody had an opportunity to eat. So the complaints and the noises were down.
You see, City, there are comparisons between Kenya and South Africa. Beyond, of course, having a very strong white settled population, just like we did by the time we gained independence, only that many of them packed up their bags and went away. You see the euphoria with which apartheid ended, the euphoria with which freedom was achieved in Kenya after the Mau Mau struggle, very violent, after the fight in South Africa. The euphoria was so strong, more emotional than rational, more unrealistic than realistic. South Africa, just like Kenya, a young post-apartheid state, was held together by an old man who was ruling a young country called post-apartheid South Africa. Kenya was a young country in 1963, ruled equally by an old man. Now, Mandela and Kenyatta held the situation together merely on the basis of charisma.
Yeah.
We are cultures that respect age. Hence, in South Africa, they call him Madiba, Tata Madiba. In Kenya, we call him Mzee Kenyatta. Things remain together partially because of the sheer fact that those legendary figures were sitting, in the case of Kenya, the house on the hill, which we now call State House. And in the case of South Africa, a former prisoner, a man who went to prison before I was born. And he came out of prison when I was in second year in university. The sheer sympathy from the public will actually not enable anyone to oppose him, even if he didn't do anything. You get that? Now Mandela leaves, and you bring this elitist Thabo Mbeki, a man really who grew up
outside the country.
Outside country, compared to many South Africans with a silver spoon in his mouth, very good English. Get that? He did not understand the real South Africa. That's why he ended up, like in Nkrumah, becoming a good African president than a South African president. Nkrumah was a good African president than a Ghanaian president. He talked about Pan-Africanism until he discovered that he was not as popular as he once thought. Nkrumah was known to be the most handsome president Africa has ever had. And part of his influence among his people came from that belief that in terms of, looks, he was God's gift. And he thought nothing would happen. And his honchos, the guys around him, made him feel that he was a gift to Ghana.
Okay.
Not until he was toppled. He was so shocked that even when he retreated to Guinea, and Sekou Toure made him a co-president as a consolation, he was not consoled enough. He actually died.
Where?
So Thabo Mbeki, Nkrumah talked more about Pan-Africanism. Thabo Mbeki talked more about the African Renaissance. You get that? He forgot he had a problem to solve in South Africa. And as City said, things, quote unquote, started working in South Africa when the warrior of ANC comes to power. Zuma was actually the head of Umkhonto Wenzizwe, the military wing of ANC.
The spear.
The spear. The man who never went to anybody's school, self-educated.
Jacob Zuma.
That is it. Jacob Zuma.
Wow.
And he gets to power, and it is our time to eat. And they ate. The cake was shared through other means. Yeah. That's why he had some relative stability. But now the people who ended up eating were the elites, not the everyday people in Cape Town, in Johannesburg, in KwaZulu Natal,
in
Limpopo,
yes.
in this famous slum in South Africa, Soweto. They actually did not eat. Now that is the problem that we are having.
I remember,
and the same political elites now, they need a solution. The solution is the Kenyan immigrant, the Nigerian, the Somali, the Mozambican, the Zimbabwean is the problem.
You have to find someone
scapegoat.
Scapegoating. Bear in mind,
the boogeyman, as they
bear
call
in
it.
mind that the eating involved the resources that should have been taken to solving the plight of the citizens who did not have. Now you will find that South Africa has provinces.
Yes.
Okay? And you could tell the provinces that seemed to be able to even balance their budgets and were actually even able to do good by their citizens were few. Very, very few. In fact, Western Cape stood out as one of those. But Western Cape right now is one of those provinces where you see a lot of noise and xenophobia. So in essence, ANC, by moving in the direction that very many African presidents and those who are around them have moved into, sold their citizens. The electorate who elected them and who expected were given the short end of the stick.
That's it.
And so they were primed to try and find reason as to why they are suffering amidst plenty. Because they can see there are those who are in leadership have plenty. It's not that they can't see. And they can't understand why. And it is very easy to then shift blame and to accept that indeed somebody else is responsible. The problem with this is when it starts spiraling, you know what it will get to? If all these so-called foreigners leave, you will now look for other people from other provinces who are in your province, and you'll be telling them to go back to their provinces.
I mean, is what happened here in Kenya.
Right.
This diversionary approach in politics is probably only new to people out there, but it's never new. When you are facing problems that you have no solution to in the political plane, what politicians have done over the years is to divert their attention to something else. You see, here in Kenya, we have something that was called in Moi's time land clashes, where certain groups of people were earmarked to be removed from certain places where they have settled.
Okay.
Every time the Moi administration faced problems, they had to find a way to divert attention from those problems to a problem that is so intense. You remember there's even a time we created an artificial conflict with Uganda. And there were military threw bombs in some desert in the northeast of Kenya, in Lokchogio, I think that time, to divert attention of the nation that we are facing attacks from, our neighboring state.
Idi Amin mentioned the borders of Uganda at a time before the maps were redrawn. And Uganda,
that is before 1902.
It was a heck of a long time ago. The boundary extended to Naivasha.
I remember that.
I could be a Ugandan today if the boundary stayed. You could and the city also.
Luganda.
Yes.
Well, yes.
With a Ugandan accent.
Yes. Or the government took and used that fully to galvanize and to talk about how Uganda wants to invade Kenya to extend the boundaries. There were even protests and what have you. So whatever the issue was at that particular time, took a back seat.
I mean, that is 1975.
Yes, it is.
Mzee Kenyatta's health was failing. And there was talk that the old man is not very well. And what could famously become the Kiambu Mafia was actually literally taking the nation. Kenyatta had just allowed civil servants for the first time to do business. So the acquisitive tendencies were at their best. at the time. And then there's a lot that had clearly that they wanted Moi not to succeed Kenyatta because they knew Mzee will die anytime.
They changed the constitution movement began.
So they changed the constitution movement began. Now, Njonjo was not pro change the constitution movement because there was a power struggle among the Kiambu mafia between a group led by Kibaki and a group led by Njonjo. Njonjo preferred Moi to be a successor because to Njonjo, Moi was a nobody, a non-educated, non-articulate guy, not as sophisticated like the Prince of Kabete was, as Njonjo was called then. So he supported Moi not because he loved Moi. He supported Moi because he thought Moi was so weak, so naive, so he will use him to ascend to power.
Okay.
So these diversionary tactics, history shows us that were actually engineered by Njonjo. To silence the change the constitutional movement, which was championed by Njenga Karume, Kiika Kimani, Njoroge Mungai, who wanted to make sure that they aligned themselves properly. The moment Mzee goes, then one of them could become president. Because they wanted to change the constitution in such a way that if the president dies, he is not succeeded by the vice president. So they were talking about them. That is when Njonjo even made thinking about the death of the president
is treason.
Is treasonable. It was actually so they brought this diversionary Amin is taking the country. And they made the poor old man to inspect a guard of honor just outside Tom Mboya Street today. And demonstrations were called all over the country against the brutal Amin who wants to take our country. And Kenyatta, that's when he said, let him not try even the country. Let him take even one spoon of our soil. Kenyatta was more stronger in threat than in many of the actions. So diversionary tactics are not new.
Okay.
We are using them even up to today. Look at the country, and with deepest respect with the many things the president is doing, we are facing problems with youth unrest. Our young people are very uneasy in this country. If you have them at home like I do, I'm sure you know that. The taxes are becoming a bit on the other side. If you have a pay slip like I do, I'm sure you are feeling it. We have a budget that we have not quite agreed on. In a few days, the anniversary of the youth unrest is coming up, so nobody is sure of what will happen. What do? Let me stay out of the country and create an impression that I'm working for you wherever I am and doing all these great things and I'm energetic. This is real.
I hadn't seen that coming.
This is real.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are looking for solutions of local problems abroad.
Okay.
Without realizing that travel diplomacy has its own place. But cooling things at home, even using all the tactics like crying with the believed could have served the purpose. But diversionary tactics have proved to be more efficient in solving quote-unquote political problems than facing them. So we are having it here.
Right.
It's the same situation we are having in South Africa, where now the real issues are being diverted for short-term political gain. And I'm sure where the white South Africans are, they are laughing their way, and tossing their wines,
champagne,
because they have temporary relief. And I'm sure wherever they are encouraging. But this is an African issue. And that's why we are saying, and I've been in social media for the last 1 week or so saying, no, we can't go that direction. The spirit of Pan-Africanism is so strong among us. Of course, there are challenges that we are facing, but if you look at the regional blocks, however weak they are, from SADC in Southern Africa, EAC in East Africa, ECOWAS in West Africa, the so-called Arab League in the north, in the Maghreb region. There's a sense in which we are increasingly coming together, of course, with a number of challenges here and there. We need to nurture that. And if the situation in South Africa is anything to go by, it is very, very clear that Africa is not going to solve its problems by having a situation where brother is rising against brother.
Yep.
It will not. And as City said earlier, once the migrants are off the streets of South Africa, the Xhosa are turning against the Zulu. The Zulu are turning against this one and this one.
But bear in mind, just consider what has happened in America with what they're calling migrants. They are ridiculous, and they're ultra ridiculous situations. With the exception of what they refer to as the Native Americans, everybody in that country is a migrant.
Including Trump.
Everybody.
In fact, there are certain records that say that Trump's wife is an illegal immigrant. I don't know.
Actually, those who understand their laws have stated categorically that his wife and children should live with the people who are actually being exited from the country.
Exactly.
Yes, because they fall into the same category if you follow the rules. But the point I'm making is this. Even before apartheid was removed, you know apartheid was a legal system.
Yes.
Okay. Guess where they learnt that system from? It's from America. Because America had segregation and it was legal. It was a system. That's why they had to bring amendments to the law to change all that so that it didn't work. Now, let me ask you a different question. Look at what it is that Trump did with the so-called migrants. People who had been there long before him, who are doing work that Americans did not want to do.
Yes.
Zimbabweans, Malawians, Zambians, Mozambicans had been working in South Africa even before they got independence.
Exactly.
They did not start.
In the mines.
Yes. There was work that these people were willing to do because it paid the money they couldn't earn in their own countries. Same situation in America. Those migrants were removed. So, one forgot. That group of people not only worked, they paid taxes. The industries that existed in the areas where they worked had clients, people who bought whatever it is that they produced.
The money they were being paid in wages, they were spending it in that economy.
That's precisely it. So you remove them. You dent that economy. That's what you actually do.
That's why I asked earlier, 300 Ghanaians left the other week. How many jobs did they create? I mean, it's just like saying you go to the UK and take away Kenyan and Zimbabwean nurses from the British hospitals.
Yes.
And nursing homes for the old. The system will collapse. That's why the British have a very preferential treatment to certain groups of people.
Yes.
I was a student in the UK for almost 5 years in University of Cambridge, and those are some of the things we were doing to keep our body and souls together, and to find some little pounds to send home to educate our siblings. No guy wants to do, I don't want to use the terms we used to use to describe some of those jobs. Very few of them will want, for example, to work in old people's homes. That's part of what I enjoy doing, telling those old people nice stories of Africa, and trying to convince them that the stereotypes you have are far removed.
You know, Dr. Arias, we love old people in this country.
Exactly.
Those fellows do not have. By the time you have a system which confines old people to warehouses, they call them old people's homes. But you more or less,
it's a warehouse.
Yes, but you remove them from everyday life. Us, we want to live with our old people.
I lived with my mom until she died last year And we were fighting among ourselves as a family.
Siblings.
For long. I need mom here. I need mom here. I need mom here. Elsewhere out there, when they are too old, you take them to this warehouse. Sorry to use that term. And that's how we used to make our money. Like those of us who like to work at night. In the year 99, 2000, 2001, they were paying us £10 an hour.
£10 an hour.
You leave in the morning after working for 10 hours. You have £100. That's 10,000 shillings.
You are a happy man.
You are a happy man. And with 10,000 shillings, you work 2 days. You're paid fees for my brother in Kenya. You get that? And the British system was such that if you don't make more than £5,000 a year, they return all the tax, the tax that you have paid, and they do it, I think, if I'm not wrong, on the 14th of July every year, and they do it automatic. It's not like here. That is a time we used to wait for.
Sababu pesa itakuja.
They return your tax. I mean, those systems depend on these immigrants to work. In the 1960s, I think late 50s and 60s, Britain opened up its boundaries, particularly for Africans from the Caribbean. They are now the black British that you find. Now the African immigrants from Africa, Zimbabweans, Kenyans, particularly in the nursing profession.
Started with the Indians and the Pakistanis.
Yes. Yeah.
That's quite interesting. And now I agree with you, CT, when you say that when we understand our history,
yes,
we get to learn from it.
Yes.
And then we'll avoid some of these mistakes.
Yes, and we understand ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like the fact that you connected it to America, because I wanted to ask you the same issue. Whatever is happening in the first Trump administration and the current Trump administration, where we're seeing a lot of should I say deportations of immigrants, that is more or less what is not East Africa but South Africa is doing. In a sense, we're just giving it a different name.
Of course. I mean, you see, you realize how Trump was handling the South African issue of white migrants and making it look like an international crisis.
Yes.
And they even hosted some whites back in America.
Do you know many of those people?
They went back.
They went back,
yes.
Brought in by another South African immigrant called Elon Musk.
Yes.
And when they differed with Trump, things ceased to work between them, and the thing disappeared. And you remember when President Ramaphosa visited the
White House, yes. He was embarrassed.
President Trump embarrassed him a bit by saying his handshake was a bit too strong and all that. But the point is that what was happening, or what is happening in America, is more or less what is happening in South Africa. But the difference is Americans have the capacity to present a pretense as a reality. That they are doing it under the law. They have to be removed. They have to be done where they give notices. Lawyers rush to court. At least some of their systems are working. That's why I've been saying this past week on X that if South Africans have a problem with immigrants who are describing as illegal or unregistered, let them allow the law take their own course and remove them legally instead of killing them in the streets of Johannesburg or Cape Town or wherever in South Africa. But back to the very important point that you mentioned about people understanding their history. Actually, that is the greatest problem of Africa today. It's not even what we are now banding around in the country and calling it STEM. No. We don't have a serious problem with science and technology and mathematics and engineering as we do with our own identity as Africans. That's why I've been in the corridors, those harrowed corridors of my own university, saying it is not STEM, it is STEAM. That is what developed countries. If you look at the so-called Asian tigers, I teach courses on transformation of South Asia and East Asia. It is first understanding yourself, your person, your history, your heritage, who you are, that actually makes you use science in ways that can develop you. We have had faculties of engineering in Africa for now more than 60 years in my own University of Nairobi. But what do we produce? Engineers who actually are technicians for German technology, Japanese technology, British and American technology here. We call them engineers, but in reality they are not. But compare them with Chinese and the Japanese engineers, Indian engineers. The difference is they understand themselves. They have read their history. I've lived in India, and one thing that the Indian do, for you to qualify to work in the Indian public service, they take you through what they call Indian public service exams. And one of the compulsory papers in those exams is actually history of India. It doesn't matter whether you are an engineer. It doesn't matter whether you are a janitor. You have to have a grasp of your history that generates patriotism, love for country.
Okay.
These people are doing, if you stay in Britain for a while, then they take you through some interviews and exams to qualify for British citizenship. And the part of that is to teach you British history. In fact, they test you on that. That is what I want us to have here. So that in the STEM we had an A, so that it is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. STEAM.
Not STEM.
Not STEM. Because STEM, science itself is a very hegemonic category and force. Science has been used to dominate.
Very true.
I did my PhD in history of malaria control policy. And one of the findings that I brought forth was that biomedicine is not just simply biomedicine. If you look at colonial Kenya, it was actually a tool for control of the Africans and organized them.
Yeah. It was a bioweapon.
Okay. So it needs a doctor, a medical researcher who understands that to be able to be a good African scientist.
Okay.
That is the fundamental difference I have with the approach that our country, under the influence of course of our His Excellency the President, where they seem to be running away from the reality that you do not need historians, you do not need anthropologists, you do not need sociologists, you need engineers. No. A good architect is one who understands our history, our culture. That's only when he's going to design a house that makes sense. Look at how KICC was designed. It looks like an African heart, that amphitheater. That's the inspiration from Mzee Kenyatta. And you can identify with.
Yeah. Doctor, we have overrun, but I'll allow 2 minutes to answer 2 burning questions here.
Yes, please.
So a minute each. The first question is, how will the situation in South Africa affect other African countries?
The situation in South Africa will definitely have a spillover to other African countries.
Okay.
Or we have already seen the effect of that at a very superficial level. The other day when Bafana was playing against Mexico, much of Africa supported Mexico.
Very true.
Including many people in
including
Kenya.
This man.
Including, I'm told, including yourself.
I was in Mexico.
That is the impact. That's what we are talking about. It is an affront directly on Pan-Africanism, a sense of brotherhood. We are one people. Nowadays in academia we talk about global Africa.
Yes.
Any African anywhere in the world is an African. I like that. The Indian policy in India is that any Indian anywhere in the world, whether has been to India or not, as long as he's Indian, he is actually Indian. And he has rights just like an Indian living in India.
Okay.
And they have a ministry for Indian diaspora. You know, so if an Indian in Kenya who has never been to India, like many of them have never been to India, in fact I know India better than many of them, goes to India today, he can invest tomorrow like any other Indian, and he has never been there.
Okay.
That is what I aspire for Africans, that any African anywhere in the globe is an African. That's what we call global Africa. So the problems are already here. It will undermine Pan-Africanism spirit very directly. It will isolate South Africa from the rest of Africa. I'm very sure that any South Africans going anywhere in Africa today, you would think twice. I have colleagues in the University of Johannesburg and Cape Town. We have been arranging, in fact I was supposed to travel, we have said, no, just wait. Tulia Kwanza. Look at that. They will not be very comfortable traveling to Nairobi and somebody looking at their passport. Mulitufukuza sasa mnakuja. Yeah.
Okay.
That is what I would not wish to happen, but it will happen.
Last question, and maybe this one take 20 seconds. Someone is asking, between 1 term and 2 term, considering our history, which one will prevail?
You cannot tell. I leave that question to Kenyans to determine. We have challenges as a country at the moment. Whether it's 1 term or 2 term,
yes,
we are a democratic nation.
All right.
We want to urge the government to create a fair playing ground for politicians, unless the best win to rule Kenya. Whether it's 1 term or 2 term, it is Kenyans to decide, not the poor Kenneth Ombongi.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. for gracing our studios. And I think you need to come back. There are some few things about our history I'd like to understand.
Please.
Mimi nimedhani tumetokanga Shungwaya huko chini. Kumbe unatuambia tulitoka huku juu.
Tulitoka huko.
Yes, sawa. Do stand by, because coming up next is a conversation around this issue of missing children. What exactly is happening and where are these children going? So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja says no one will be protected from justice over the attack on All Saints Cathedral, including politicians, police officers, or any individuals involved. He confirmed that 5 suspects have already been arrested as investigations continue. Kanja also said police commanders across the country have been directed to crack down on criminal gangs accused of terrorizing members of the public.
The leaders of those gangs and goons, those who finance, we are going to go for them. The National Police Service will not stop at anything to ensure that this country is free of gangs and goons. There is anyone who is going to be mentioned in the course of that investigation, then we will go to them. During investigations, if you are mentioned, whether you are an officer in the uniform or not, we will deal with you as the law guides.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has called for stronger global action to restore degraded rangelands and fragile ecosystems. He said protecting the environment is key to securing livelihoods, food security, and the future of coming generations. Speaking in Vipingo, Kilifi County, during the Global Desertification and Drought Day, Kindiki reaffirmed Kenya's commitment to restoring ecosystems through a plan to plant 15 billion trees by the year 2032.
We are going to follow through on our commitments to fight desertification and drought as a country. We are going to continue being a responsible member of the United Nations family and other global arrangements that help us resolve this problem. My only call to the international community is that fighting desertification, fighting drought, is a shared commitment. It requires financing.
Murang'a Governor Irungu Kang'ata has explained why he joined the Linda Mwananchi movement. He said the movement brings together Kenyans from different political backgrounds to work towards a common national agenda. Speaking during an interview on Citizen TV, Kang'ata said his decision was based on aligning himself with the interest of ordinary citizens rather than personal gain.
Yes, I am a Linda person, but of course, Linda is not a political party, so he's just joining. By the way, I view Linda like the free market of Kenyan politics, where there are no barriers of entry and barriers of exit. Come in, get out as you wish. Well, a very positive one, that we must think beyond our regions. We must think ourselves as Kenyans. When Parliament passes huge taxes, they are not written Mount Kenya or Nyanza. They affect all Kenyans equally.
US President Donald Trump promised to visit India during a bilateral meeting at the G7 summit in France, signaling a thawing of relations between the two countries. Trump said it will take some time in the future, adding India and the US were close to agreeing a trade deal. The US president also reaffirmed backing for India in case of an attack, while noting uncertainty about future leadership dynamics.
Without having a contract, we don't have a contract, you have to write contract. But if they were attacked, we would be there to help them. If anybody attacks that man, we're going to be there. Now, if there's a new leader, I'm not sure about it. If there's a new leader, I don't know about that. But if they're attacked and he's the leader, we're going to be there to help.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Ghana snatched a dramatic late winner against Panama, sealing a 1-0 victory deep into stoppage time in Toronto, Canada. In a match that looked set to end goalless, Brandon Thomas Asante made a decisive run down the left before setting up Caleb Irkenyi, who calmly tapped in the 95th minute winner. It was a painful finish for Panama, who had matched Ghana closely throughout, but were denied what would have been their first ever World Cup point. Cristiano Ronaldo struggled with his first performance at the 2026 World Cup, as a disappointing Portugal were held to a 1-1 draw by the DR Congo. Ronaldo started the game but failed to make the desired impact, missing 2 big chances as his goalless run in major tournaments was extended to 10 games. João Neves had given Portugal the lead with a smart header inside 6 minutes, but that proved to be their only shot on target for the entire game. DR Congo remained stubborn and were rewarded their first World Cup goal courtesy of Newcastle United's Yohan Wissa. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. 13 minutes past 8 o'clock on the People's Breakfast. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungana Mbuvi and I'm with Siti Muge in the studio. This particular hour, we want to focus on children in emergencies, including missing children. And with us in the studio is the Deputy Director at the Directorate of Children Services, State Department for Children Services, Mr. Philip Nzenge. Philip, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you. Good morning to you all and thank you for the welcome.
Thank you for coming and of course for the conversation we're just about to have. But before we get into that very important topic, City has got a proverb from the country of Senegal, who are currently playing in the World Cup, by the way. He will share this particular proverb, alafu you'll tell us what you think about it.
Oh, thank you. I'll try.
Karibu.
If the eyes do not admire, the heart will not desire.
If the eyes
do not
admire, the heart will not desire.
I comment on that.
Please tell us what you think the meaning is.
Your interpretation.
Two issues, the eyes and the heart.
Yes.
When I look at it from perspective of child protection, I see something called collective responsibility. We cannot do it alone. The eyes are as important as the heart. Thank you.
You know, Siti, I told you. Ukita daktari hapa atakwambia mambo ya udaktari na proverb. Mwalimu atakwambia an educational perspective.
Kwanza tangia hata kwa CBE.
Ule historia ametoka hapa ametupeleka kwa history akatuleta kwa present.
Bwana tusafirisha.
Sasa si tumeambiwa na mtu wa Directorate of Child Protection. Child Services, sorry. His perspective.
Amekwambia hii kitu vile unavyoiona. Mambo ya watoto.
Yes.
Sifikiri unaweza kuifanya peke yako.
Yes.
It's a collective responsibility.
So the eyes and the heart,
they collaborate.
Lazima collaborate.
Exactly.
Asante.
Okay. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Give us an overview of what exactly your office does, and specifically in regards to the State Department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invite. As you have actually requested that I give an overview of my section where I work in, that is child protection in emergencies. And you'll find in that section, we coordinate the emergency issues across the country. I must say that people have been viewing emergency in different ways, but we have the macro and we have the micro.
Yes.
And many times people, when they talk of emergency, they miss the individual emergencies which happen on daily. And when that one is ignored, is the one leads to macro. And that becomes actually a departing lane when we are dealing with emergency.
Yeah.
So in coordination on emergency, we have the stakeholders who come on board, the government agencies, the line that is. We as well respond on issues of humanitarian. You know, our country is as well affected by climate issues, whereby my children and their families, as you know, through the executive order of the president, we are also mandated to ensure the families are safe so that children can have a safer environment. So you will find that we have to coordinate as well, again, the humanitarian response. Again, we have what we call the psychosocial support.
Okay.
Like the last 3 weeks, we have been very busy giving the psychosocial support and counseling in our school, that is Tumishi Girls Secondary School in Gilgil. So we have that one, and also we give the policy direction through our State Department Principal Secretary on what should be done. And we have what we call the Child Protection in Emergency Guidelines. However, a disclaimer, there are so many emergencies which are coming and emerging.
All right.
Initially, long time ago, we could talk of missing child. But now it's becoming as a serious issue.
Why couldn't we talk about it in the past?
One is the form of the child protection was quite different. Children, by then, it was accepted and agreed that they belong to the community.
Yes.
And that you could move freely to your grandmother and not to raise an eyebrow and come after 1 month. Today, a minute is too long without knowing where the child is.
Okay.
There are so many evils which are taking place, abuses. Trafficking is there. And also you can go beyond that, being trafficked to what is likely to happen when such happens. Like we have the human the harvest of the body organs.
Organ harvesting, yes.
It is there. We have also what we call, you have heard of the brothels whereby they are abused sexually. Those are some of the things which are quite sensitive and which the world has changed. We have become a village.
Yeah.
They used to happen, but you are not aware. One death was a big happening in the community, the society, the village could stand still and people could keep quiet. But today, that's not what we are seeing.
Who, in the eyes of the government, is a child? What age is,
the child is anybody who is below 18 years of age. However, there is a provision in Children's Act 2022 whereby an extension can be done if a need arises, or a need of that child. When I talk of a need or a right, let's talk of the right, because the need can be, you can divine your need as you wish.
All right.
But the right is well defined in the legal instruments. So what is there is that if there are a right which is likely to be violated, then you can extend the age.
Okay.
What I talk of the rights is a child is in school, is 19 plus 1, 1 day, and a child is in school, that's a right. And that one, the guardian or the Secretary of Children's Services can actually move the court for extension of the divination of the age.
So on the 18th birthday, as far as the first definition is concerned, you stop being a child.
You stop being a child as per law.
Okay.
Because I'm also a child to my mom.
Of course you are. Of course you are.
And where she's asking, where is my child? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But per law, we can only, in fact, we don't be exact because time is continuous.
True.
It's not at a point. So we say below.
Yeah. Wow.
One of the things that seems to be very prevalent in this century that we live in,
yes,
is matters involving children. And some of it is positive, a lot of it is not. And when I say it is not, for instance, when one talks about child trafficking,
yes,
then you have come into the subject of what? Of children and what it is that actually happens to them over time. What laws do we have in the country that enable us to be able to protect our children?
Thank you, City. Mostly I see the city on scanning. I don't know if you are scanning the information, but I'm happy.
Yes.
Actually, what we have robust laws in this country.
Yes.
Quite robust. I think we rank very highly in Africa as far as the laws to protect children are concerned. The gap is implementation and the support for the law to be followed. One, to start with, is our supreme law, Article 53 of our Constitution.
Yes.
It is very clear, enshrined on issue of the child and what should be done. Very clear. And actually I can say I respect the supreme law, that is the Constitution, because the one which had given the birth to the Children Act 2022. There are things which were not in the Act 2001. So because of the Constitution, it moved the machinery of the government to ensure that they align. It was not aligned. Some things were not there, and it was to be done. So again, we have the Children's Act 2022, and it has actually robustly given the protection of children. There are many things which were not there. Even what we call the administration was quite an issue. But right now, it's clear. The whole section 38, which actually gives the strength of our end children officer through the Secretary of Children's Services, talks on what we should do. looking at tracing and separated children and all that. It comes hand in hand. Looking at how the secretary can move even the courts in case of a child is in danger without asking either passing through the prosecution and all that. So that's another one. We have also, you have talked about likely on the issue of the trafficking. We have what you call the CTIP, another CT. That is counter trafficking in person. It is also as well says on how we should organize. Because one thing, and I love what the first statement, I think it opened the discussion on the high and the heart. You'll find that you cannot take care of a child alone. And the CTIP, it brings the whole agencies on board, interior and everybody else, even the civil society, when they are controlling this menace of trafficking of children. So we have the counter trafficking in persons and many others which are there. We have sexual offenses and all that. But you'll find that all, and then again we go back to the eye and the heart, should work towards a very important goal, that is the child protection.
From the data that your department has, would you say that we have a problem with missing children in Kenya?
I really agree, and I want to say what Mungala Mbuvi had actually asked the transition, how now is becoming a very serious issue, having missing children. And I agree, we have a challenge. Because as you have said, we have the laws. We need only to apply the laws, and then we will be able to move. Not forgetting the Cybercrime Act and all that. Because those are some of the channels which used not to be there when the city was a small boy. But today is another world, away from the village. But your child, you could be actually, allow me to digress a bit. Many times when you have children in your house, let's say you have 2 children. How many members are in your house? When you are there, maybe probably with your wife or your husband. How many members are there? You'd say 4. But I can tell you might be having the whole world in your house. Through the online. People are coming and invited. And those are some of the challenges. What we are discussing today is a very, very complex, which needs a lot of looking at a map that the media have a time to tell, can you come, let's discuss. So we actually have a challenge. And when I was looking at the data on missing children, it can become very, very fluid in such a way that there are things you cannot divine in an holistic way. You have to handle issue by issue. Because that data, you must understand that when it's coming, I may call it a raw data, which has not been analyzed. And it needs to be analyzed. For example, when I got the data for around 10 days, just from 10 days, that is around 1st to 12th of June, I had to analyze and look what could be the issue. Because I know that's a concern of every Kenyan. What is not happening? We want to hear. And that's why they are listening actually on what we are discussing. And when you are looking at it, for 10 days, it was like 63 cases of missing children.
In 10 days?
Yeah, that was like 63.
We're talking about June this year?
Yeah, I'm talking about June. Because the other data, I like what we call the data. The data has to pass some proofs. So I would not like to talk over data. I cannot.
So this is the one that has gone through the steps, verification and everything.
Because that's why I'm talking about the raw data and the legal data, if I must.
Okay.
The raw data, actually that's even not the one I'm talking about now, not raw data. Is the data which is within the government system.
So to understand, in 10 days, we reported 67. You said 67? 63 missing children.
And that's not enough, because I know there could be some cases which have not been reported. But that does not mean it's a mathematic thing. It's a social issue. You may report 63 this week or these 10 days, but you may take 10 days without a single case. So we may not say these are formula. It's not an AI thing. If you go that way, you get it wrong. And that's why I'm saying you work it. I'm looking for the service to mankind. That's why I don't want to appear scientific. I want to appear social.
Okay.
For example, I've started, all the office started now, trying to analyze what could be the issue. When do these children get lost? So that we can now know what are the intervention to be done on that.
Okay.
But if we just make a comment that 63 gets lost, 63 in 10 days, how many days do we have in a year? We'll get a wrong data. We'll get a wrong data because you don't have a formula. So when you get this, I was trying through my the principal secretary to analyze what is really happening, what are the issues. But I can tell you, Mungala, there is all kinds of things which you can get from there. Sometimes you find a county like Nakuru, actually Nakuru has the highest
number of missing children.
And Rift Valley, it has a third of the missing children. That's why I'm saying I would not like to rush because we will not protect the mankind. If we make statements and move and we don't want to know what we are telling people, they will go with 63, but they are not getting the other surrounding issues. Then again, you find between 14 and 17 years, they attain the majority. But most worrying is the most vulnerable, below 5, also within the missing children. And these are not a runaway. A 2-year child cannot run away.
That one is abducted.
I don't want to put it that way because sometimes when you are doing the work in our office, sometimes cases comes that my child has gotten lost only to find the child and gone with the father.
Aye. Okay. Let's I know we mentioned in the beginning that we have child trafficking, we have organ harvesting, we have baba mena na mtoto ama baba mena na mama. But what is the leading cause
actually
of the missing
child? The leading cause, you can align it scientifically with the category. If you talk 14 to 17, there you can get what are the issues between 14 to 17.
Okay, let's
including one is the child labor. A child stayed, and don't forget, I was looking at something which was triggering my mind. Could the climate change have led to some of things because economically life has changed? This child will stay there, is 17, has no food. City has come to generation, and I'm there, and I know I can go somewhere and get some kibarua. I was told in a place there is whereby I can get a job. What do you think I will do? I will go. But most worrying
yes,
is that among those, the majority are the girl child.
A majority of the laborers, the child
laborers.
The missing.
Okay.
And you are saying that if you were to categorize them, the age set that seems to exhibit this category of missing children are 14 to 17.
Yes, that's actually it's a fact.
So they are adolescents who are actually peaking in their adolescence.
Yes.
And when you analyze this particular age set, what do you find are the common factors that lead to having them being defined as missing?
Yeah, actually, I'm happy that you're saying the common, because it's not the holistic thing, and you will find the common factors. We have also the dysfunctional families, because some of the children, they run away. A child of 2 years cannot run away.
No.
So when a child is running away, obviously it tells you there is a dysfunction in the family, and that shows our parental skills has gone low. Remember, we started by saying a child used to belong to the community. even when you have a matatu, having a child not accompanied, in some cases it is weird. But you find children are moving all over. Then we are looking at another issue, because these are things which may need some study, so that it can bring it out. People also can talk. They have the right to say what is happening. You find issues of the online. It's increasing the knowledge to the child, and they are talking. Maybe a child can talk in Trans Nzoia and tell the other child in Malindi, here we are getting some jobs and we are having a good life. So what will happen? The child will also try to see. And don't forget other vulnerable children who sometimes, we have so many children there who actually are missing from the family. The children who stay in the streets. That's another category. And maybe the parent went reported, and from there just left a holding. A child is still missing. But sometimes I don't know, something which is quite also very confusing is that, like, when the parents report a child and it takes some time, they also forget about it and they continue the life as usual. That also goes back to the family and the society way of taking care of children and members of the community in general. So those are some of the things which you have found. But for this 17, actually the key thing, as per my opinion, looking at the data, is the issue of the child labor. Because when this girl is disappearing, you may not know where this child is. The child might be being abused somewhere sexually. The child might be somewhere in a brothel. Those are now things which are quite hard. And that's why I said you brought something which I'm happy. The heart and the what?
And the eyes.
even if though I also come from education, even if education brought it in another way, I don't see another way I can give that one. It is only we have a collective responsibility, including the media, saying, can we discuss about this issue? Where are we? What is happening? But the issue of the child labor, it is quite a big challenge in this country.
A couple of months ago, there was a BBC expose talking about some children being exploited somewhere in Maimahiu, if I'm not wrong. So in such an instant, what does your department do? Or they just wait for the police to arrest people, prosecute, or is there some kind of, like we are talking about, collaboration now? Does the department and the police collaborate and bring these people to justice and rescue these children who are being exploited sexually?
Yeah, thank you. As the issues are raised in this country, I know many of us, we say, okay, where is the government? But I'm happy when you have this kind of sitting, because we must work in a collective responsibility. And I'm happy 2 weeks ago, our cabinet secretary, actually assisted by our principal secretary, they lodged a Motangezi committee, which now will be working together to ensure what the police are doing, what the ODPP is doing, what the national legal heads are doing, what's even the county government, what mechanism are they ensuring they are doing. And when I was thinking like this, I was also looking at our budget, which was read the other day by the cabinet secretary. And you remember, they are village elders. They got a stipend. And then I was saying, okay, we commit the money to any person in the country should also deliver. And I was thinking, could we have a special unit, special village units, whereby the village elders, they also report. You know, they are together with these children from the source. Because if you don't address from the source, as we talk right now, could be a child is getting missing. And we are here. So what we have that committee, and I can say what is remaining is the agencies. The Minister of Education is inside to give us the nominee of the conduct people. And then from there now we can sit down. We'll be asking the Minister of Education, from your side, do you have 100% children within your care? Then the school can say, no, the reports we are getting, we are now down with 92. Then we will ask, where is the 8%? But we cannot rely on one, because the transition in the country is also an issue. There are so many children who are not in school. So if you use only Minister of Education, you are likely to miss a big data. So we have that, and I know when it will start working. Like, why am I giving you this data of 63? It actually is, it's from what our CS did, because now the IG is giving us the report.
Okay.
And we can know what initially used not to do, because what one had was doing, the other one never knew. But right now, every week, we get the reports from IG. And we analyze what is, like when I got it, I could look at what is the reunification percentage. And by that time, you found that around that 10 days, I'm using them as a baseline.
Yes.
We find that around 13% have been reunited. But the others, some were also under investigation. Why do we talk of investigation? Is because we are not very sure that this child got missed or went, like I said, an issue whereby a father, maybe you have not married, and I come, I say, I go with a child. The mother will look at a softer way of recording a child as what? As missing child, so that can be assisted by the system to get the child. So those are things sometimes they need in investigation, but the children's are again on our records.
Philip, let me ask this, because it's interesting you've brought that issue of the village elder, and I'm liking where this is going, if at all it is executed well. How will village elders operate in urban areas? For example, where I live, Apatusio Kimau, I honestly do not know who in that area can end up being a village elder, how they will interact with the folks around that particular area. So what kind of modalities and authority will they be given so that they can be accorded access, and access, not just access, but access to information?
Oh, thank you. Mungala, what I'm really saying, this should be taken, I'm putting it as my proposal, or my opinion. Cannot say it has been done anywhere. I may have a concept paper to be looked into on how this one can be done. Village elders, I can tell you, though I know there is that challenge of the urban, whereby we live, and they are not so much known, but the government can come up with the mechanism, and if it gets the community will, that goodwill from us, then it can work very well, because it's a collective responsibility. If we could say, this is a good thing, we want to protect our children, let's know who is our village elder, let's give the support of our village elder, and the village elder will work because he's getting some stipend. So actually I think it should be the first task, if a month today, what they should be told, children are missing, take care of the community. And again, they report a lot anyway, so it will not be a big deal. Every Thursday, where I was sometimes, they used to report the village elder,
and that is a good thing, because you see, if they report regularly, they're able to deal with these issues even before they happen, or as soon as they happen.
So these are proposal, so that people will understand. I'm not saying it's there, but I think it's a good thing.
I actually like it. I think it's a good idea, and it should be taken up seriously.
The chiefs have uniforms.
Yes.
APs have uniforms. Do you foresee a situation where the elders will also want uniforms?
No, we want you as you are CT, but we want to recognize you as our village elder.
Actually, the reason I asked that question was this. Is it that village elders are being created, or do they exist and now they're being empowered?
It's to me, I will say it's an empowerment process, because they are there. And what he's saying is the uniform, it's an identification, and there are many ways to be identified.
Unaweza kuwa na kitambulisho.
Hata you can just the work like city is known. Have you ever had a uniform? I've never seen it, but you know who is CT.
You actually are looking at the uniform.
You are the uniform by yourself. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, so it's
they can have IDs, they can have tags, they can. There are very many ways. Like
the reason why I ask this question is, if you are talking about anything that has been now formalized, it is the way Kenyans think and the need they have for this role to be recognized as being formal. Yes, and if you say you have a tag or you have, it makes
a reflector jacket.
Yes, but something that distinguishes them
from others.
Yes, so that when they go for a meeting, for instance, yes, when he's in his home and his compound, but when he goes for a function, something that distinguishes him from others, believe me, it becomes necessary.
Oh, thank you. I think it's a good, and I hope that maybe we'll
add this to the concept paper.
Yeah, to the concept paper.
Yes,
we maybe also be moved to issue of public participation because the budget is controlled by public participation.
For sure.
And I want to believe the majority of Kenyans, they saw the needs of the empowerment he's talking about on village, but I think he should also have add a concept paper and release it even if it's online for people to see and analyze.
Yeah.
Because it's our country and we must leave it better to the people who are coming.
You know, some of the issues, and yesterday we were actually joking about it here with City. Tulikuwa tunasema, you know, how we interact with our neighbors. And we actually realized majority of us don't talk to our neighbors. You literally leave office, go home, the only person you might interact with is the shopkeeper, ukinunua kitunguu, nyanya na maybe mboga. But now when we bring in this bigger conversation, we also have to think of ways how we shall sensitize the public such that as much as we might not want necessarily to talk to the neighbors for whatever reason, but at the very least, we have got to recognize some kind of mode of operation so we can protect ourselves better through, of course, that whole issue of the Nyumba Kumi initiative, which now brings in the whole issue of the village elders. And that one, perhaps, itasaidia, because I was watching there are some videos from this year, it's just that I'm forgetting the exact dates. Those children who are missing in urban areas, sehemu za Islands, kuna ule msichana alitembea tu na some stranger,
it's true,
and they went to God knows where, then the child turned up dead a few days later. If we have village elders, Nyumba Kumi, such that ukiona mtu kwa hii mtaa yenu nasema hapana, huyu mtoto anajua ni wa fulani, anatembea na nani, that perhaps will help.
Actually, better still, you may not see or you may not identify someone who you know is not part of the community, but others, people who are within the community, will know the authority figure to whom they can go to when there is an issue. See, you are devolving this administrative structures further, and it makes more sense because if you have a chief, that's somebody who's in charge of a location. What do you call a location? Sub-chief, sub-location. Sub-locations are huge.
Huge. It's true.
They are very, very huge. And much as they may try, they'll be limited as to how effective they can be. But when you have a second tier now, this is a villager, and by the way, villages are not just in the rural areas, even in town. Okay? That community is actually a village. Now, somebody who is acknowledged and recognized as a responsible person, whom people will probably already go to for all manner of issues. When that situation is formalized, what you've actually done, you have brought a lot more structure and sanity than existed before, because people now know. We are talking to somebody we know, somebody we are familiar with, and somebody you can easily give information to.
And guess what? Sorry, yes, you're saying.
And actually, to add on that, it's not only the interior of the village elders who can help in reaching to the common mwananchi. We also have what we call child protection volunteers.
Tell us about this.
Yeah, child protection volunteers is a very, very important structure in child protection, whereby right now we have close to 5,000, and we are envisioning having a child protection volunteer in every location.
Just like we have community health.
Yeah, we'll be doing all the work of the child. And that's why I was saying, if we come together as a society, we can have a safer, protective, and more empowering community. So this we having every location with a child protection volunteer and going with the idea of city being empowered on issues of how can we identify you, and also them coming to the media to say what are the issues, because you remember I said that this one cannot be handled in a wholesome. You find the issues we are talking in the urban, they are quite different from the issues in the rural areas. The push factor of a child in urban to get missed is different from the rural area, and that's how we should handle it. So I'm looking at all the strength we have, and child protection volunteers can become the game changer. Yes.
How do you identify these child protection volunteers?
And
how are they engaged?
The child protection volunteers are identified through them. We give an advert through the sub-county children officer. We give an advert of which they apply. There are some, of course, some of the parameters which you must satisfy. Then you appear in the county committees for the children. You are now taken through the interview and what you'll be doing, and then from there we capacity build them by training. The only gap in child protection volunteers is that stipend. Only gap, nothing else. These are the people in the community. They understand the community. They'll tell you how people are sleeping, how what they are doing. They'll tell you the child who is not in school, but they get challenged because also location is big. To reach from point A to B. The other thing is identification. City has talked about, and I'll put it somewhere. And maybe next time I'll bring a different report on that. Is also enabling them for identification. How do we identify them is a key thing. And if we do it that way, I think the other thing is the right of the child, which has to be done quite well. Sometimes we give the children a road deal across the board.
How do you train these volunteers?
We train them through the county children's committees, whereby we have the manuals on what to train. One of the topics which must come is what we call the child rights and child welfare. We must also train them on issues of how to interview the people, because sometimes if you don't get the information, you report the wrong thing. So we have the whole manual for the training. We have a manual actually for child protection volunteers, the one we use. It's quite inclusive.
So did you say that they get a stipend?
No, I'm saying that's a gap.
That's a gap,
Yeah, because they don't get a stipend. I feel if you can only, and sometimes we'll find a stipend for the child protection volunteers. It covers so many other officers in the government, because they are within the community. They will not ask for the office. They will not ask for this. So it can be the workforce. We should actually see them as a quick fix as far as the workforce is concerned, because as we talk right now, we are also having fewer staff, and these are the people who can assist.
You know, given the position you have, I'd like you to explain this to me.
Yes, sir.
When you identify a solution to a problem, because these volunteers are a solution, they are part of the solution, why is it that the process of ensuring that they are adequately equipped to do their work, why does it take so long? And I'll tell you why I'm asking the question.
Yes.
There's the issue of the health promoters, as we call them. We've had community health volunteers and given them very many names over time. And their role has always been it's understood. But it took so long for them to be integrated into the system. Why?
I will actually, you have given me the answer.
I have.
You have scanned to me and gave me the answer. You said it has taken too long.
Yes.
The same way the child protection volunteers is taking too long. And I want to tell you, the serious problem is one. The serious problem here is one letter. It's one letter.
One.
Only one letter. Letter V.
Volunteer.
Yeah, that's where the problem is. And now when you talk of volunteer, to remove the volunteer, it's a whole process.
Is it a legislative process?
Of course it has to, because we have the manuals, we have all that which have been passed, and we have now to review.
Actually, yes. And then
if you allow me, let me just say, because I know even some of them are listening to me, and if I don't represent the issue very well, they'll ask me, what were you doing?
Yes.
You have wasted our time.
Yes.
I don't want anybody to talk like time was
continue.
wasted. Now, we have started to see how to remove it. You know, we used to have the health volunteers, and they had to remove the V. And that's why it took that time you are talking about, to remove the V. So I promise, let's work on removing the V so that we get something like promoter or whatever, and then we can now, I want to believe, CT, when I bring this to you in the media, you will also do a public participation to people to know it's very important to pass this, that we find it also in the budget and also captured by government, like the one of we have the village elders, we have the promoters. Now we want to see the child protection personnel doing that.
What I found was the reason given in the health sector. We do not have this category in the staff computation. We have nurses, we have clinical officers. Where do we fit them in? And I was thinking, goodness gracious me. So that he said, yes, if they are to be engaged within a government system, where do we place them? And we don't have a structure. We don't have a space for. So that took time for it to be created, and yet it's a very cost-effective group.
Exactly.
And the work they do and the gap they fill is much bigger than whatever it is that is considered a stipend for them. And this has been proven time and time and time again.
Yes, if you allow me.
Yes.
For us to start, before we go to put them in our schemes of service, before we go that level, we must remove the word V. Because every time we go with the V to many places, we are told, who is a volunteer? The same way you asked me, who is a child?
Volunteers are not paid.
And when that's the first question, you remember you have asked me, how do you get the volunteers?
Yes.
I have done it severally. And the first question is, who is a volunteer? And do you think what they respond? A volunteer is a person who gives service in the country without a what? A pay. And then when you go to the treasury, you tell them I have this budget. They tell you this is a volunteer. So we need to remove the volunteer, and then from there we put them in our scheme, because it is the agency which makes the schemes of service, and you defend it. And if it's now given a nod, the other thing now is going to the public participation, and then you go to the treasury. The treasury now puts it in their program, and then you get the funds, and then you engage them in the right way.
Very true. Even the word pay should have been removed.
Yeah.
It should be compensation.
Compensation, I agree. That's 100%.
Swali Nikonalo is about, is there anywhere else the State Department gets money other than from the National Treasury? Yes. For example, is it possible for a State Department to have development partners, the likes of JICA, COICA, GTZ, whoever?
Thank you. I want to say that as per the government, you can't get money without the treasury. Even for the development, must be actually factored by the treasury to reduce your basket. And that's why when time you are doing mobilization, has also to be okayed by the treasury, so that the treasury will know we are getting this grant, which will cater for this. You have seen the grants, even the Minister of Education. It does not come to give them money like that. They have to budget for it, and it will reduce the basket and the ceiling of the Minister of Education. So such actually you cannot get it. Has all the money for the government. It has to pass through the treasury.
Okay, let me rephrase.
But we have the partners. We have our development partners like the World Bank, the UNICEF, but they don't give us separate. It's again And so, yeah.
Is it possible for that money then, let's say, again, let me use Koika, the Korea International Cooperation Agency.
Yes.
They say, we are giving you X amount of money. Let's give it a figure, 10 billion US dollars towards this particular quest. Najua 10 billion ni nyingi. It is the only figure that came to mind. So they're giving 10 billion and they say we're giving it to the treasury, but we ring fence it specifically for the State Department of Children's Services. Is it possible? I'm asking to just look at all the possibilities.
Yeah, it's possible, but can you see where it's ring fencing coming from? And the condition is not coming from us, it's coming from somebody. So it's I know if you are given money, you cannot ring fence it from yourself. It is ring fenced from somebody else.
Yes.
Unless you have a lot of interest that somebody is messing it up. So it can happen. Like today, if you tell me that the Koreans are coming, they will support the issues of children and they want this. These are discussions which will be done and the government will actually, we have done so much with the World Bank, we have done with UNICEF, and sometimes they give their condition on what they want to see.
All right.
Yeah, and they monitor, and they evaluate, they look at the accountability and also the learning, what we call the meal.
Yeah.
They look at it.
You know, there is something in government called budget support. The Ministry of Health, it's something I understand better because I've worked
there.
I worked for the Kenya Medical Research Institute.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, which is within the Ministry of Health. So, yes, there's money you will get from, say, he mentioned UNICEF, so let's mention UNICEF.
Yeah.
Okay? Or it may come from PEPFAR, but it is for malaria. So it supports the government's budget for malaria. Okay? It may be for measles. It will support the government's project for measles. Okay? So it makes, but the program already exists. The government has funding, but it's inadequate. That's where the support now comes in. That money now enables the government to actually fulfill the mandate that it initially wanted to fulfill. It's how it works.
All right. And the CS when he was actually reading the budget, you could see where the money will come from. Those are some of the areas. It is in the budget, but bwana Mbuvi unasema nitaenda kukopa ngiri 10 mtoto aende shule. Na ni zako tu. Hautaambia familia ati hizi zako.
Hey, it's tough out there.
It's tough.
Really tough.
Yes.
Okay. So we've come to the end of this conversation for today. Of course, the conversation continues. Maybe you can just give us a parting shot. And on the 16th of June was the Day of the African Child.
The day before yesterday was the Day of the African Child.
Yes. Did we do anything special in regards to that as a country?
The country was actually in the mood of observing the day and giving the children a space to see us how far we have gone on the issue. The theme of this year was water, sanitation and such. And we were looking on now the water can also be abused when it's not used or it's not given to the children. We had the commemoration was done in Oma Bay.
Okay.
And but there were so many others. When you look at some of the medias, they have also given what really happened. We did it across the country.
All right.
Yeah, that's a day we cannot actually fail to give the children their rights to participate and also to say. On my parting shots, I must say every child anywhere has inherited abilities, and the moment they are enhanced, they becomes a very big and impactful resource to the mankind.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Philip. Tunawakaribisha tena mkuje muendelee kutuambia maneno, and especially on that particular issue you mentioned on your paper on the problem around children. Once umeimaliza your concept
yes,
kuja tuambie
na nitafurahia na nikiongea na mkubwa wangu mtaniona hapa na tutaweza kuwa na ngumzo. Nashukuru City ametuskani poa. Ngala umetuendelekeza kulingana na vile maisha inahitajika. Na washukuru nyote na radio ya Generation. Tuwasema asante.
Thank you so much. Here's the news with Willy Maganga.
is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Historian Kenneth Ombongi has disagreed with the view that what is happening in South Africa is not xenophobia. The senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi argues that the phenomena where locals have expressed open hostility towards foreigners reflects an artificial mindset of existence that separates Africans based on their origins. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Ombongi further said that xenophobia shows that Africans may be drifted away from the spirit of Pan-Africanism.
The situation in South Africa cannot be Afrophobia. Okay. You know, the fear of an African. Mm-hmm. The situation in South Africa is one that is fairly, artificial, if you asked me. Mm-hmm. The Africans in South Africa, in a fundamental sense, they are our brothers. As a historian, I've spent part of my life reading about the history of migration and settlement in this continent. Majority of the Bantus in Southern Africa actually are part and parcel of the great Bantu migration. First from what we now describe as the Sahara Desert. That one was historically one of the most productive regions of Africa. Yes.
The national government has defended the proposed 27 billion Kenya shillings Sabaki water carrier and sanitation project, saying it will help solve water shortages in Kilifi and Mombasa counties. Water Cabinet Secretary Eric Mugaa told the Senate that talks on the project are at an advanced stage before a final agreement is signed. He said the project is being developed through a public-private partnership and followed a proposal submitted in October 2024 by an international consortium.
The responsibility, the mandate to provide the service to the people at the consumer point is domiciled at the county government. The ministry, through the water works development agencies, have a responsibility to build the inter-county bulk water supply and develop sources. And the project, the Sabaki PPP project, water supply and sanitation project, is on the development stage.
Kenya has called on African leaders and global health partners to strengthen political commitment and increase funding to contain the Ebola Bundibugyo outbreak in East and Central Africa. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale said preparedness at the national level is key in preventing outbreaks from spreading into wider regional crises. He was speaking during a high-level virtual summit organized by the African Union and Africa CDC aimed at developing a coordinated cross-border response to the outbreak. US and Iran leaders have signed an initial peace agreement aimed at ending the ongoing conflict, and the deal takes effect immediately. The agreement includes reopening the Strait of Hormuz and a $300 billion plan to help rebuild Iran. It also requires the United States to lift all sanctions on Iran. However, one major issue is still unresolved: Iran's nuclear program, which the US says was the main reason for the war. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Quite an interesting day it has been, quite an interesting morning it has been. Gotten to learn a couple of things, and especially as far as this country of ours is concerned, and some of the things that we need to do to ensure that indeed things are smooth sailing. Now, nilikuwa nataka kusalimia watu, ndio imekuja. All right, here we are. Wacha nisalimia watu wawili watatu. First, Royals wrote a message and deleted it. Say no to goons as well. I see you. My Tech 2.0 habari yako. Danson Kenywa, Otieno Mokaya. Alafu kuna Kivuli amesema hivi. It's Kivuli, yeah. Kivuli amesema solid interviews and proper follow-ups. Thank you so much. First Royals ameingia kwa siasa 150%. Haya, sawa. But in this particular hour, we want to have a different conversation. If only I can get my machine to stop misbehaving. I don't know what imekunywa nini asubuhi ya leo. But anyway,
give it a slap.
I give it a slap. As a shida slap. Number one, to me your microphone.
You know, I have this thing in my mind that when I speak, the microphone will follow my head.
And actually it should.
And so far it has refused.
You know, it should. I don't know why it's not. But we shall see how to deal with it. Yeah. Here we go. Juu machine imekataa kufanya kazi. Wacheni niwaambie this particular hour tunaongelelea nini. We want to talk about scaling digital payment infrastructure in East Africa. And with us in studio is Alvin Okari. Now, Alvin is a managing director, Capital Pay International, Kenya and Uganda. Alvin, good morning. How are you doing, sir?
Good morning. I'm very well. And yourself?
Uko salama?
Uko salama kabisa.
You know, every time I leave the studio, I find it very chilly out there because when I come here, kuna kajoto fulani. I don't know if you're feeling. Uko nje kuna baridi?
No, it's a very cold day actually today. Yeah, it's cold, but we thank God. At least we have good weather here.
You know, I realized because even when I went to the other side, kila mtu amevaa jacket, wengine wamevaa mpaka scarf, wengine wamefunga mpaka wamevaa boshoria, and I'm asking myself, is it that bad? I thought God is preparing us for life in Norway, Sweden, huko mali kuna wanga na baridi.
This is our winter.
Ontario.
Ontario huko Canada huko.
Man, there's some places.
Alaska.
It's not cold. It's numbing cold.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, there are some Kenyans in Siberia, and I usually ask myself, who on earth? No, not who. What on earth is a Kenyan doing in Siberia? Sisi watu wa equator. What are we doing in Siberia?
How did they even find out that there's a place called Siberia?
What opportunities are in Siberia?
Let me ask you people. Are you Kenyans, kweli?
Yeah.
Then why you ask the question? Is there anywhere you can't find Kenyans?
City, do you know Siberia?
No, do you know Kenyans?
I'm a Kenyan, so I know Kenyans.
No, not fully.
Siberia is the coldest place on earth.
Kenyans are a really adventurous lot. There is nowhere you will not find them, and there's nowhere they will not go to. Kaa ukijua.
I don't get it, man. Hiyo ni kujitesa. Anyway, City patia Okari hiyo kitu yetu tunaitanga Befali, alafu tuingie deep into scaling digital payment infrastructure in East Africa.
Hiyo ni mzuri kabisa. Proverbs for this week from the Republic of Senegal. If the eyes do not admire, the heart will not desire. Hiyo ni rhyme kidogo hapo. If the eyes do not admire, the heart will not desire.
What do you think? What is your interpretation and translation of that?
So first thing is the visuals. Basically, we are visual creatures. So the admiration comes from what you're seeing, then interpretation of the same. Then the desire comes because of what you have seen, whether it pleases you or not. So that's the way I'll interpret it.
So you can't have any emotional response to something that you have not seen.
You can. There's interpersonal. Maybe if you have a sense, there are different senses you can see, but also you can feel it. You can experience it, maybe in a place that you have gone. But seeing is the ultimate. It's like seeing a beautiful sunset somewhere in the South Pacific. Different from someone who has not seen it, experienced it.
You're saying we don't have beautiful sunsets here?
We have. If you go to the coast, Lamu, Malindi.
Tumeenda Pacific.
Situ uko na shida.
You have to travel a bit to see different things.
Alvin, tell us a little bit about Capital Pay International.
So Capital Pay International, we champion digital transformation, digital innovation, digitizing different services within different sectors, whether it's logistics, whether it's e-government services, whether it's on the ag-tech area, with the aim of bridging the digital divide between the people of the countries where we operate and the technologies that we bring to them. And the whole point is to be able to digitize as much as possible to make it easier for people to access different services, whether it's financial services, whether it's digitization, whether it's access to market, whether it's automation of the ecosystems of which we try to ensure that it's easily and readily accessible to the people we serve.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're operating in different countries. In East Africa, we're there. South Sudan, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. We have operations in the UK, Philippines, and then also in the Caribbean as well. So fintech, mostly digitalization, and also digitization of different services, with the aim of making sure that as many people as possible have access to tech services. Yeah.
Wow. Are the services are the same across all these countries?
They vary. It's basically customizing those services based on the needs that are there in those specific markets. So that's what we do. And also we try to tailor make them based on the problems that exist in those specific countries. So it's a matter of understanding the problem and the problem statement, and then coming up with value propositions that address those specific problems. Yeah.
Wow, okay. Interesting. Now, in terms of here in Africa, because we're meant to understand that, and specifically in Kenya, this is where digital payment infrastructure has really taken root.
Correct.
You know, from M-Pesa to God knows what else. Now we are even having we are having our own versions of Akina PayPal and so on and so forth. I don't know. Is that first of all a true picture, as opposed if we compare Africa, if we compare Kenya number one to the rest of Africa, and if we compare Africa to the rest of the world?
Excellent. So Kenya has basically leaped ahead in terms of I can see the step change happened maybe in the mid 2000s towards 2008-10 there. First of all, access to internet, access to mobile data, access to devices. That was the first thing. And then innovative services that have been brought along, Safaricom with the M-Pesa, Airtel with the Airtel Money, T-Cash, but also government being able to protect that investment by making sure that there are policies starting from the central bank, as well as making sure the regulations are there for financial services to exist, not only for the telcos, but also for fintechs. Today in Kenya, we have over 30 licensed PSPs, I think over 300 licensed digital credit providers who are providing access to credit to retail customers as well as to SMEs and micros.
Hold on.
That's a big number.
You called them what again? Digital
credit providers.
These are the for me to understand. Are these the folks we borrow money from?
Yes, these are the likes of
the digital lenders.
Digital lenders. So if you look at 10 years ago, we didn't have many of them. But right now, there are many investors who have come in, gotten that license, and they're able to provide. So generally making access to even credit very easy. And not just easy that you have to physically go somewhere, but you can be in your small shop and you're able to go to your phone and make a request
and access credit instantly.
Immediately. If you want to get stock, 10,000 shillings, 5,000 shillings, that's instant. 10-15 years ago, you had to either go to a microfinance, a bank, or a Shylock,
fill in 1,000 forms,
exactly, and then leave collateral of your small microwave even, or your sofa. So things have changed. So in Kenya, I think right now we're looking at over 40 million registered users on the mobile money space. That's basically consistent. Over
40 million.
Should be over 40 million combined if you look at all the telcos. But that's, again, it is a matter of access to mobiles, access to
smart
data,
devices,
smart devices, and also access to information. That has really been a big deal. Now, with that access means that people can access different services, not only the financial services, but also information on how to do different things. We have young people who are no longer looking for typical office jobs, 8 to 5, wearing a suit, but they are doing their online businesses, they are doing e-commerce marketplaces, and they're able to get access to different services. They're able to sell their products, and they're able to get paid without necessarily. So the cost of starting a business has actually come down over time. But most importantly, on the digital side, going over and beyond, being able to access digital financial services via the mobile phone, it's basically the enabling environment, the infrastructure that is currently there, and also the interoperability between the private sector, the public sector, fintechs, banks, as well as fintechs, and also the global community. So today, someone who wants to do business in Asia or in Europe can be able to access that market easily because they have access to the internet.
Without leaving their village in Keroka.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Something I'd like to understand. You work in the financial sector, okay?
Yeah.
This is my personal observation. People move a great deal in the financial sector.
Yes.
You hear, you read that somebody worked here and then worked here and then worked here. Looking at your own portfolio, the question is, where have you not been? But that isn't what I'm going to ask. Or who have you not worked with? What are the benefits of this mobility? Because people don't move without good reason. There must be some benefits attached to it. What is it that makes this movement what it is? This particular thing that one sees.
Which movement exactly?
You work for MTN?
You're talking about the executives, yeah?
No, my job.
You're talking about myself now.
It's you I'm talking about. Okay. Or should we talk about myself?
No.
Yes.
Good question.
Yes.
So, for me, I've been in the telecoms, tech, and financial services sector for, I think, over 2 decades now. Starting off with the telco side, that's where I started off my career. And that was interesting because that was the advent when the mobile network rollout was starting to take shape. And then I transitioned into mobile financial services. I thought that was a natural next step because now people have access to the mobile, but what can they do with the mobile? So then I joined Safaricom. I joined specifically on the M-Pesa side. And it was exciting because that's the time that there was people can be able to move money without necessarily moving themselves. So you remember before that it used to be put on money in a bus. Then when it gets there, you
send it through the post office.
Correct, yes.
And if it is in some rural place, they have to wait until somebody sends money for them to have money to give you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so those are some of the challenges that I was interested in fixing. So pleasure to work and scale some of the products that were there. But that's the time I cut my teeth on the financial services space, and specifically on the mobile financial services space. Even on the banking front, at that point back in 2005, 2010, for you to get money out of your bank, you have to go to an ATM or go to the banking branch.
The banking hall, yes.
And the banking hall has limited working hours, 9 to 3 maybe. But now with the mobile money, you can access, you do integrations through APIs, and you're able to access your funds directly, electronically to your phone. So that's why the transition is. So I moved from Safaricom in Kenya. I went to work in the UK, looking after 6 African countries, doing the same thing. That was with Tigo. Then I went to MTN to do the same thing, and then to Airtel Africa. So in total, I've had the privilege to work over 16 countries and live in about 6 of them. So you see different things. So that's why it's exciting for me. I find it that I'm humble. I've been humbled to see what different countries, different communities have to offer, their problems, and then try to see how do we solve that. So in Capital Pay, as the managing director for the region, I'm able to understand because these are markets that are familiar to me. Spent some time in Uganda. I've spent some time in Rwanda as well. So you're able to see the nuances and the differences. Just because something has worked in Kenya doesn't necessarily mean it will work in Rwanda. So you have to understand.
Is there like an example you can tell us that, look, here in Kenya, this is what you guys do, but there they don't recognize, or there, this is what they do, hapa, nyinyi mko out.
It's a good point. So if you look at Kenya, today we use something called STK when you want to transact on your phone, on an M-Pesa, for example.
Yep.
The issue of using app wasn't popular until maybe five years ago. But if you go to other markets like Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, even Congo, they use USSD.
So for someone who is following, STK is SIM toolkit. When you open your phone and you go to the where you will,
it's like a thing there.
We don't necessarily log into the internet.
Yes,
right?
You don't need internet. You don't need a smartphone.
USSD is the one you star something hash.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the difference. So in Kenya, it's I think the only country where it's there's a wide use of STK. But if you step out of the borders, you'll notice that.
Look on USSD.
USSD is king, but now we're getting into the app era, and app era means that means you have access to smartphones.
Why is that so? Why the difference in terms of uptake of the USSD versus the SIM toolkit?
SIM toolkit requires you to have the SIM card itself has to have that
capability.
The capability. It's actually it takes part of your capacity of your SIM card itself.
Yes.
Secondly, the toolkit, the SIM toolkit itself, is very rigid in terms of doing updates. So if you're introducing a new product, it becomes a bit difficult to.
You have to change your SIM card.
You have to change your SIM card or update the menu itself.
You know, I remember there's a time Safaricom did something similar, where they were updating the menu, and they told guys, by the way, if you want to access this new, menu. You'll have to go and get rid of your old SIM card.
Get a new one.
Get this one now that has got that new technology. And I was like, what do you mean?
Those are some of the challenges. But the advantage of it is when it comes to usability, it's much easier to use because it guides you. The USSD you have to know. You have to understand. You have to remember this number *165 *54 hash. But for STK, you just go to your
the
phone,
menu.
You'll see it.
You just follow the menu.
Just follow it. It's very intuitive. It's much easier. That's why, and I can say it helped the adoption of mobile money use in Kenya, because even someone who is semi-illiterate could easily access it.
Yes.
But in the other markets, they chose a different path because of the flexibility of introducing certain services or making amendments of the existing services. And also being able to, you don't need to have another SIM card for to do an update. So it's much easier.
You just dial this number, they just get
exactly.
Yeah.
Why is it that Kenyans seem to have adapted this quickly and this easily and in really large numbers to this line of business that you're in, where mobile money, I am amazed at just the speed with which people adopted it, and just how diverse it has become.
It's a good question. A very good point, CT. So, first of all, I think Kenyans are very curious, and also they're very they want to get ahead compared to other countries. Yes, a lot. Very, very different. We're a different breed, which is in a good way. And then we are agile. One person learns like, I want to get on top of this thing. I want to understand it very quickly. But also the entrepreneurial spirit of Kenyans. If you go into other countries, they are entrepreneurial indeed, but Kenyans are a bit different. So one of the fundamental success factors for things like even adoption of fintech is access to agency. You need an agent who will be able to do what you call rebalancing. You're able to convert your cash into e-value. If Kenyans were not entrepreneurial, then who will go and say, I want to set up my 100,000 bob to become an agent? But someone went and said, I have some cash, some idle cash. Let me put this thing, I become an agent, I put up my shop, people will come, they'll give me cash, I'll give them e-value. That also helped, because that distribution network is also a fundamental factor for success. So that's one thing. But also the fact that you look at how society works. Why should I start traveling every weekend to Bungoma or to Malaba or to Voi to go and see my parents and give them money and shopping? But there's this thing that you can actually transfer money very easily. And then also remember, there's also a small factor that we keep forgetting: buying airtime. Remember, we said it was the phone first. You need to communicate, and for you to communicate, you need to have airtime. So the factor of just buying airtime from wherever you are, you've run out, you are having a conversation. And remember, back then, it was expensive. It was 5-8 shillings per minute.
Oh, so I remember it being 28 shillings per minute.
And the smallest scratch card was, I think, 300 or 500. So instead of walking out to start going, now you're leaving your station here, your studio, to go and look for, but you can do it from wherever. So from the mobile money side enabled that small factor. Then you start seeing, I can buy airtime. What else can I do? Then if you look at things like paying for electricity, utilities, so it starts building up. So the convenience factor came through.
Do we even have scratch cards anymore?
Yeah, they're still there.
Yes, they're there.
Yeah, but they're not as popular as they were 15 years ago, but they're still there. But it's the preferred way of topping up today. And even for the cost for the providers, it's much easier for someone to use mobile money than for the provider to print them, distribute them, then do reconciliation and all that. So those are some of the factors. But I think Kenyans, we are very agile. There's curiosity, there's an entrepreneurship bit. And then someone is looking at it not, can I make money from this? Can I advance my livelihood in terms of an economic standpoint based on this service? So that's what you see. And Kenya set the pace. Of course, there were other countries, but Kenya has had one of the biggest successes in terms of mobile money use. But also, let's not forget countries like Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe have also been on the forefront, even in terms of the kind of revenue they make, because there's also a bit of dollarization in that country that has also helped them scale. But Kenya the adoption has been good, the uptake has been good, the number of transactions per day, per user has always been growing, because more services are being introduced. And it's all about the question of digitization. Digitize, it's useful, it's efficient, it works. The users are going to come through and use it. That's basically the way I look at it.
You know, when you look at even our own numbers, you said 40 million users as far as mobile money is concerned.
Yes, registered users. And I think if you
and
look
this is
at
across all the networks.
Across all the networks. The number is big, and that means almost the entire adult population has been covered to a large extent. And that means that today, if you want to do a fundraiser for something, an event, it becomes easier. In the past, you have to go to, is it in town, that place is called what?
Kulikuanga na
Garden Square.
Kulikuwa na Gardens.
Is it Garden Square?
Kuna Gardens, kuna Green Corner.
Green Corner.
Yeah, but Garden Square was the main place. Easy Marambe.
Yes. Siku hizi hata Holy Family Basilica wako na rooms zao, you can rent there. But yeah, I mean, I get the point. Nowadays it's instant. You can transact haraka seamlessly. But Africa is still largely very poor, yet we have all these tech-savvy financial solutions. What's happening on that end?
So the ambition for Africa is basically the infrastructure. That's what we're saying, access to, let's say, if you look at even fiber rollout over the last 10 years, it's been quite tremendous. Most countries have access to fiber.
Yeah.
So access to internet is becoming good. The speeds are stable. They're fast enough. You can do a bit of work on internet.
Nani, what's his name? Jeff Bezos is actually building a ground station.
Exactly.
Is it in Lamu or Mombasa? He's building it somewhere.
Yes.
And that is a gateway to the rest of Africa.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
that's the advantage. So, but Africa has many challenges. But as slowly more governments understand the need of making sure that technology will be a gateway to success. When it comes to building infrastructure, enabling environment and policies, and also allowing the private sector to participate in the same, when they're bringing their capital to invest. We are seeing that changing slowly. In markets like West Africa, we are seeing telcos and also fintechs coming up and doing very well. In Nigeria, we have the likes of Opay, Fast Money, Flutterwave, which are doing pretty well. And there, first of all, there's job creation factor of it. Young people are able to access when it comes to agency services or the e-commerce services, they're able to do. But also the factor that you have young people who can do jobs remotely. Instead of getting a H1B1 visa to go to the US, now people can work remotely. And those are some of the things that you can see it changes. Then you have the other factor, the ones who have been able to go and work abroad. Cross-border or international money remittance, what you call IMT, international money remittance. The inflows that are coming through, they're in billions, we see them. But that has been enabled by tech, because you have different players on the source side and the sending side, and then you have the last mile, which has been enabled by, again, using of technology. Mobile or even the banks are integrated today. So that is helping inflows, part of foreign currency inflows into the country. So that's also the advantage. But there's work to be done, and at Capital Pay we are also trying to play our part, and that's where we are trying to digitize the agriculture sector. We are trying to digitize. We have some work we are doing in Tanzania in the immigration side. We are doing a port clearing and custom digitization, both in Kenya and Tanzania, and soon in other countries around. And the whole point there is that we have to play our part as investors in this country, as service providers, and making sure those services are available, accessible, and affordable to the users. But we can't do this without the support of an enabling environment. The government is doing their part. In Kenya, you can see even in Rwanda, there is Connect Rwanda initiative, which is allowing tech to be on the forefront when it comes to even payment on the acquiring side, where they're saying we want people to be digital and to make payments digitally.
And you know, when government is digital, you are forced to be digital.
Correct. And then also we are seeing, to look at even e-government services, the adoption has been growing over time. South Sudan, Kenya is there, Uganda is also should be following suit soon. So slowly we'll get there, but it's a question of infrastructure availability. There's interoperability between the private and the private sector, within the private sector itself, and also private sector and public sector, and also the not-for-profit organization. And lastly also, how do you use technology, for example, when it comes to weather patterns, predicting drought, predicting rainfall patterns. Satellites
by this you mean now we integrate with AI?
Yes, with AI, and also with some of the organizations that have access to those kind of satellite technology that can be able to help you see what is the weather pattern in the next few days, so that even farmers can also plan. So tech is coming through. AI is doing different things. It's changing the world. We are seeing a lot of investment in that space. There's a lot of fear of job losses, but I always say it's are you equipped to be able to participate in an era which is highly mechanized, and a lot of tech, machine learning is being used, robotics. Have the skills. Don't say you are going to be left out, but make sure that you're actually part of the bandwagon.
I want to engage the reverse here kidogo. There's something you've said about capital pay and agriculture. Is that happening in Kenya, or is it happening elsewhere? And if you could just expound a little bit more on that.
So that's happening in Tanzania. So we're doing something with the cashew nut farmers, and the whole point is that the entire ecosystem, korosho, they call it korosho. That ecosystem, normally in most African countries, there's a farm on one side, and sometimes what they get for the work that they've done in terms of the produce, the inputs to the produce, the harvest, and what happens in the marketplace when this product goes to the market is very different. So we're trying to come up with a solution that can help digitize that value chain. And the second point is that even when it comes to how the payments are going to be received, they don't have to go and get physical hard currency, but can they get their cash virtually or through e-value with partnership with the respective players in the industry, so that their focus is on production, is on their farm activities, so they spend time in they spend their time in the right activities. So the whole point there is basically that's an ag tech solution where we are helping these farmers be able to understand the entire value chain, at the same time be able to get their payments near real time, and also in places where they are, instead of them moving around. And then once they receive their payments, they're able to transact casually, whether it's buying fertilizer or whether it's buying pesticides for their produce. So that's something that we are doing in Tanzania. But eventually, we have intentions to scale that in the markets where we operate.
Right.
Yes.
I'm always like, I was just going through your website and then I see this issue of mobile money transfers, for example. So send or receive money from all mobile money services. You can also withdraw money from our network of capital pay agents. When we say send or receive money from all mobile money, so that means I don't need my primary service provider. I can use capital pay to receive anything. So how does that work? And do I use my telephone number?
Yeah.
Do they also need to be registered with you guys so they can send that money? Are there any additional costs? Because now this one, I would ask, if I'm gonna pay extra, see, I just stick to the original.
Yeah, so it's a partnership. So number one, we're in the process of actually setting up our own mobile money business
wallet.
Wallet.
Yes.
In the markets where we operate. But that doesn't stop us from partnering with the existing players. Remember, our core responsibility is digitizing infrastructure build, creating solutions that tackle the financial services bit and also the payment side. So we have partnerships with both banks, we have partnerships with the telcos that enable seamless flow of funds to and fro. And obviously we're a commercial entity, so we'll charge different fees depending on the different markets. But the whole point is to make it's not about how much you're going to pay, it's the services that we're going to provide to you.
Okay.
And if I can use the same example of the korosho farmers, there's the payment aspect, which is just one bit of that ecosystem, but also there's what they have to do. When it comes to they have made their harvest, they want to move that to the market, we are digitizing that component as well. And then the payment is the last mile of that specific transaction. So there's a question of partnership, which forms the principle of interoperability. It's extremely important in this day and age. You can't act alone. And then the second bit is the efficiency and the build of trust, so that they can be able to get the respective services in a very easy way. So once that is fully set up, we will come back and share with you how that is structured, the tariff plan, and how customers can access it. And what the difference or the value proposition compared to the existing players.
Value proposition that is different from people who are in this same field.
Yes, that's very important, because you see, it's one thing trying to just say, let me do it. It's called a me too. You're just building something because it's there. But then if you look at even for Kenya, as much as we are advanced when it comes to adoption of tech, but there are many problems that haven't been solved. For example, the transport sector. Still in the matatus, there are many players who have tried to come change that. If you look at the agricultural sector, if you look at what we are doing at the ports together with the likes of Kifwa, we're trying to digitize, basically still solve problems. Someone is importing something from China or from Japan or from Europe, from Dubai. How do you make sure that it's very seamless for the importer and it's also easier? All of us have to use clearing and forwarding agents. How do you make it easy for them through giving them access to digital tools that can enable them to be able to do clearance in a very simple way, do the respective integration to government systems like the tax declarations and all that? That is a problem that has to be sorted. So the whole point is not just doing something because someone else is doing it, but finding a problem and then creating a solution to fix that problem. And at the end of it all, there's the monetization bit, which is the commercialization. Then it has to make sense to us. So that's the whole point, CT. Finding a problem, fixing it. And you can also be niche and still be able to to fix some of these problems.
You can, one of the things that I have found as I've grown older is that the older you get in this country, the more you're excluded from very many financial services.
Correct.
They even put a cap on it. They even tell you, if you're above, say, 65, haki, sorry.
Is that not for you?
Kwenda kwa sako. No, they don't actually tell you that. But and the focus is on the group that seems to be large in numbers and which also represent the future. Okay? somebody who's been in this industry like you, why does this bias exist? What is it about older people that that makes those who provide these services render them as almost non-consequential? I didn't want to say irrelevant, but non-consequential.
Yeah, there's been a question of also fraud. We have some of our old folk who have been scammed through fraudulent actors in the industry.
It's still happening, by the way.
It's still happening. And they are more vulnerable because they'll be told, and even sometimes the fraud happens from within the family.
So it's easier.
Clever, yes, a clever grandson there goes and he's the one who has been sent to go and withdraw. Here's my ID, those things. But the point, I believe that we should not exclude anyone, because we also have to remember, even some of the old folks, some of them are very tech savvy. And they're tech savvy because they have been able to deliberately try to keep up with the changing times in terms of the changing landscape of how transactions are done, especially in the financial services space. But also there's the positive side of family where the younger people are teaching. The Gen Zs are teaching their parents or their grandparents, who are normally the boomers, that this is how you do this. So there's also that other factor. I don't believe that there should be exclusion. I believe there should be education. So instead of keeping some of these old folk out, how about we do a bit of education and training, awareness, in a manner to which they can understand, because there is usefulness in them that they can be able to get access to. Because also, if you think about it, some of them could be pensioners, and when it comes to capital, they have more capital because they have been working for longer, or they have been in business for longer. So they have substantial income that can be used, can be put back to the same technology space, and that can help it. But if you don't involve them, they're still going to be focusing on there's a plot I've seen in Suswa. I want to go and buy it. Instead of buying that plot in Suswa, they can say, let me put 2 million shillings to develop a solution that can help young people in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of agriculture, in terms of transportation. So I think it's a matter of there should be more awareness, education, as opposed to exclusion.
Point is well made, because you see, my thinking was, it is strange that a population of people who probably have more resources than the people you are actually targeting get excluded, or they're included in certain specific areas that are considered probably suitable for them. And I'm asking, who comes up with those ideas? Have they been consulted? You know, I fall into that bracket. That is why najitetea na nguvu namna hii.
I can feel it.
You can feel it. The purpose was for you to feel it. Thank you.
I got a feeling.
It's a valid point, and I think it has to be addressed. And not to be fair.
Yes, it needs to be addressed. Yeah. But moving away from that, if we are looking at this particular world that you have inhabited very, 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 very well, what is the future of it?
So, for me, the future is number one. There is, if you look at certain sectors, there is health, there is manufacturing, there is hospitality, there is transportation, there is agriculture, there is the public sector. For me, it's how do we bring these services closer and in a simplistic way? And also, you can't forget about the macros, the economy, how the economy operates, how do you generate your own income. But most importantly, we have a big problem of employment. But should employment be someone getting a job and working? How about self-employment and entrepreneurship? I believe even if you look at the question of content creation, which is basically, it has been able to catch fire pretty well in the region. We have young people who are making some good amount of money, with social media players, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. I saw a case where a young lady who has done nutrition, but she's able to provide just her own podcast, provide nutrition, this is what you're supposed to eat to become healthy. And she gets views and she gets paid for that. But can they be enabled to be given access to credit, for example, so they can expand? But the online space has a lot to offer. Secondly, if you look at the healthcare side, also a lot can be done in terms of digitizing some of the services. There's e-doctor services that some fintechs that are in the med space are doing. But I think the biggest thing, our economies in East Africa are largely driven by agriculture. I think more needs to be done there, and we are participating in that very strongly. Most importantly, how do you leverage on the number of people who have access to digital and access to internet to make sure that they can get more services? And when it comes to the question of credit is important. Small businesses, their lifeline is working capital. Can they get access to working capital in a simplistic way? So we have many providers, but if someone is eligible for 50,000 and they can only access 5,000, how do we bridge that gap? How do you move them from 5 to 50,000? Because when that happens, it automatically spurs economic growth. But when you starve them from access to credit, it means they go and start their business either shrinks or doesn't grow. You want to see a small person growing into a small shop, into a few outlets, and maybe into a small mini market. That's what you want to do. And that can only be allowed by using access to credit, but credit in a modern 21st century way. So that's another area that I think is important. But obviously I cannot ignore the question of AI, and also how AI can be used for purposes of just even learning. Are people exposed well enough? Do they have the understanding what AI can help them do in terms of learning? Natural language, large language models. People need to understand this, not just using it to do some research, but also using it to understand how to set up, let's say, a small business and some of the things to look out for. There's access to information. And instead of people using their phones to watch reels, but can they use the same devices to educate themselves?
Actually, you're right, Alvin, because if there's certain people on social media, if you follow, on that same TikTok too, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, they actually give you this easy Siri, let me call them easy Siris are AI. They tell you, by the way, would you like to scale up your content creation game?
Yes.
You know, there's this AI known as this and this and this and this. If you engage it, you will actually get ideas. You can even make videos with that particular AI.
Yes.
You put them, you make money. Would you like to scale up your business, for example? What business are you doing? There's this AI that can help you do A, B, C, D. So it depends on your engagement as far as social media is concerned.
Correct.
I believe those teachable moments actually do exist.
Absolutely. And that's what we're saying. There are many ways that you can do this. And also, if you look at on the tech side, for example, there are many young people who have very good solutions. But when it comes to selling them, they're absolutely poor. So they have built a good app that can do many things, but they don't know how to project it to the world. They don't know how to approach an organization and sell it. And even when they're given that opportunity, they'll come and talk tech lingo. They don't have that commerce language and mindset. And that's where I always say use the infrastructure that is available around you to learn. So you can even use AI to build a pitch deck that can show you that this is how this solution works, this is how it can help you. Because sometimes they come and sell their solution as opposed to come and show how this solution can be helpful to the business. So for me, those are the gaps that I see. And there are many ways that can be done, but I think AI will be disruptive both in a positive way and in a negative way. In a negative way, if you're not quickly learning how to get accustomed to it. But in terms of what we at Capital Pay are looking at, we have our core pillars, which we talked about, payments, we talked about interoperability, digital transformation. And transformation comes in many ways. It doesn't have to be a huge transformation, but it has to be even micro steps moving forward in terms of the solution that you are providing. And then we talked about the connected digital infrastructure, working with the different players in the industry, working with government, working with the private sector, and making sure that we try to address the problems that are currently there. In Tanzania, we are doing something to do with aviation on the immigration side, which helps the government be able to get access to screening their passengers who are coming through. That's part of the solution that we are doing, but that's all goes back to the use of digital infrastructure. to aid how the society operates.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
Even as you provide these services, the financial services, do you also consider the component of saving? Because if people are going to do business, I say this because we have a terrible saving culture. And a good saving culture has very many benefits.
Yes.
To the individual who is doing that business and even to an economy of a country. Yes.
Yes, so I think saving, first of all, do we have a culture of saving? I think it's there, but it's poor.
Terrible.
Yes, it's very poor. And someone will say, I'm going to save, it's called the 52-week challenge, for example. By week 3, the money has been removed.
I'm unlucky to see it.
So saving is actually has an interesting component, because what saving does, saving allows money to get into the formal economy, and that money can be used for purposes of lending. They're always linked together. So when you save somewhere. You're saving because saving is a factor of whether you can save in a microfinance, or you can save in a deposit-taking institution, or in a bank. But that money goes there. It is the same money that is used for credit availability. And that credit availability is used to spur economic growth, because if you're saving, you're getting some sort of interest. But also, there's also the factor of investment. Saving is one thing, where you're saving and getting 2-3%, but also there's the investment bit. Do you understand the concept of investment? Do you understand that you can actually put something in an instrument, in a money market, and you can get something in return? That knowledge also, it's there, but it's not clearly visible. Then the second thing is the long-term planning. We can be young today, but what about when your child is going to university and you require 1 million bob to pay for the first semester, and you're not ready because you haven't been saving, or you haven't been putting money away for that purpose? It's a saving on investment. So there's the myopic nature sometimes we see, but also, let's be honest, there's also the disposable income that is available to the masses is pretty small, and sometimes you're being squeezed with expenses, black tax, many things that come through. But either way, I still find that even some people who earn as little as 20,000 bob, some have a good discipline of saving, but also it's because they were taught by someone. So I think the saving culture is something that needs to be promoted, but also with incentives. Explain to someone, save, prepare, let's say, for example, pension, planning for retirement, your kids. But those instruments are already there. But the element of education and awareness also has to come to the fore. And I think the investment bit, very important. There's the old school mattress, but the old school mattress has been overtaken by time. But interestingly, it's still very popular.
You mean putting money under the mattress?
Literally, yes. People are still doing that, unfortunately. But yeah, so City, I agree. The saving culture is poor, but it's also a risk, because if you're not thinking of the rainy day, it becomes a problem. And there are enough facilities today that can help us and the society in terms of making sure that they're able to protect themselves and their livelihoods for the future.
In terms of the big boys playing within this infrastructure, digital payment infrastructure,
Yes.
because we've seen what other folks are trying to do.
Yes.
I think someone like what's his name, Zuckerberg, is trying to do something to do with Meta Pay or something.
Yes.
We also have someone like Elon Musk who wants to get into the same foray. What does that mean? Because now we will have so many options.
Yes.
Itakuwa ni kama, like, everyone now is making their own version of Coca-Cola, their own version of Fanta, their own version of Sprite, and so on and so forth. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's still sugar water. What do you think that means for the world?
So the big boys will obviously permeate the societies where we are, including Africa. Already, if you look at payments for people who are doing online gigs, they're coming through PayPal, for example.
Yeah.
But that's a choice. But I don't think there's anything that stops a local fintech to have a similar product that can allow these young people to get paid. And they can get paid in foreign currencies converted into Kenyan currency, and they do it. The big players, the big techs, are investing heavily, also in the payment space. WhatsApp Pay, I think it was launched in markets like Brazil and also in India.
Yeah.
But WhatsApp Pay is launched in Kenya. The question is there a good reason or a compelling proposition for them to move?
Yes.
I still believe the local players, the African, Pan-Africa have an advantage because they understand their users. And it's a matter of making sure that you're ahead and you're constantly innovating. Innovation is an important factor. There's one thing that you can innovate, be fancy, build a fancy solution and go and look for a problem. For me, that's a dangerous way of innovation.
Find the problem first.
Find the problem and fix it. And once you fix it properly, and you make sure that it's easily available, and not just the building factor, but also the support factor. There are many things where even you've bought a movie and the selling bit is always very nice. You made a payment, but after you have paid for the service and you have some support requirement, you start struggling there.
Yeah.
So there's a question of the build, the sell, the hook. You have gotten the customer, they have paid, but is the service good? If something goes wrong, can you do self-service? Or must you talk to a human being to do that? But the local companies have a big opportunity. And if I look at even an example of Nigeria, most of the companies doing well there on the fintech space are local. But it's because they have been aggressive. They understand their people. Flutterwave is a local company. They are Nigerian. And it's doing well not only in Nigeria, but also in Africa in terms of acquiring. But it's because they have understood this is how this part of Africa transact. This is how we are going to participate in that transaction, make it easy, make it cost effective, and evolve it with time. If there's a new need that comes up, we are on the forefront, innovating, making sure it works, and support. So it doesn't matter whether the big techs come. And for example, in Brazil, there's a digital bank called Nubank. Nubank has over 100 million customers. It's a big number, 100 million.
Those are very many people.
Many customers. Then it's a digital bank. It doesn't have branches.
Yeah.
But it's competing with the big boys of WhatsApp. WhatsApp Pay is there in Brazil. But it means for them, they have understood that we are going to provide access to credit in this way. And we'll make sure that we are able to even segment within a segment of, let's say, the tier 2 customer. We'll even break it down further to say tier 2 we have category 1 and 2 and 3. So they have understood. So the point is, it's possible. And Nubank is it's a local digital bank. So I don't think there's enough space for everyone to come and participate.
True, I agree.
Survivability is a factor of your innovative prowess and your capability to satisfy the customer's need as the customer evolves. That's what I think.
Yeah, I like that. Alvin, thank you so much. This is where we will stop. And wish you all the best as far as Capital Pay is concerned. And if there are anything, like for example, you're speaking about, I think we spoke about AI, and the thing that I always like talking about is native AI for Africa, one that understands us in the way that we, how our cultures and so on and so forth, so that even as much as people are rushing to Gemini and ChatGPT and the rest that exists out there, we have one that understands Africa in a. So if you ever get the chance, even as Capital Pay, if that is part of the integration into your system, we'll be very happy to have you back.
Absolutely. So as part of the digital transformation that we are doing, we're looking at many things, including AI. So we have a section that looks at that as well. But we are constantly looking at the society and coming up with different solutions. So we'll definitely be back and providing more details on the industry and also what we are doing to participate in the respective matters to do with even AI, to do with machine learning, to do with the digital infrastructure.
Okay.
Appreciate your time.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Sitiambia watu kwaheri bwana.
Kwaheri.
This is where we say kwaheri. See you tomorrow. Kesho ni Friday by the city. Aye.
Why are you sounding excited?
I am excited.
Okay.
This is the Radio Generation News.